Hello, this is TR Hudson for Cannon Fodder, Episode 1, brought to you by the Double Dealer magazine. And to kick off this series with our inaugural episode, I decided to give myself the challenge of reading and discussing one of the most significant literary achievements, certainly of the 19th century, but possibly of all time. We're discussing the Brothers Karamazov, and I originally intended to open the series with a quote from the book, and I was just so spoiled for choice that I couldn't pick one. So instead, I decided to pick one from my favorite author, Kurt Vonnegut, when he said in Slaughterhouse-Five that there's one good book in the world that can teach you everything you need to know about life, and that's the Brothers Karamazov. To help me discuss this book, a man that I greatly respect, friend, podcaster, Twitter poster, internet frog, the Prudentialist. How are you doing, my friend?
Really happy to be here. This is one of my favorite books of all time, and this is arguably one of the greatest novels of all time. So, you and I have been talking about this for like a week and a half, and we've both been stoked to talk about it, see how far we go before our voices give out, and sort of recognizing we're not going to cover all of it in one go and pass, but I'm genuinely excited to talk about this book and the man behind it and the religion and spirituality that comes with it.
I definitely wanted to have you on to talk about this book, and it's funny because when I asked you, we'd been talking about this for, like you said, for about a week and a half, and I asked you, what book would you like to cover, and you said, The Brothers Karamazov, and I thought, oh great, he picked the longest friggin' book in the world. I guess thank God you didn't pick Infinite Jest, and luckily I'd already read this book.
It could have been worse. I could have told you that we were going to read Les Mis instead.
That, yeah. Well, actually, and it's funny, I also asked our friend Paul Fahrenheit what he chose, or what he'd choose, rather, and he chose The Three Musketeers.
That's also a long one.
Yes, definitely. So I have a lot of reading to do, but that was kind of the point of this project, was to motivate me to read more, and also just to get recommendations from friends. So very happy to start this off with the Brothers K, and this is definitely going to be a two-parter. We'll probably cover the first. I think we decided the first two books, because it's a 5-book book. So we'll cover up to Zosima's death. I think that's what we're going to try and aim for today. But obviously, just the way that a novel is structured, we're going to reference things that happen near the end of the book and everything, and we'll just go off on all our tangents. And I just want to make sure that we give enough time to this book, because it is one of my favorites, and it goes. It's almost cliche to talk about how great of a novel it is, but then it also doesn't get talked about nearly enough. It's in that weird place.
It's in the weird place, I think, that it's in because discussions over literature, and you and I are both friends and I think patrons of Art of Darkness podcast, which these guys do phenomenal work and are one of my favorite people to listen to talk about literary figures and artists and the like. But I think that there's that sort of meme about like the 20-something-year-old thinker, sort of the soy jack kind of Reddit character who talks about like, Plato's cave or points to books and so on. It's just, you got to read these things, and then they don't really take anything away from them. It's sort of become this Redditified pop culture icon sort of deal that we have to deal with. And this was also most famously addressed by, I think, last summer, the podcaster Lex Fridman had gone out to put the Brothers K on his like reading list, and I think you and I have both came to the conclusion you don't read this book in a week and then talk about it for like an episode, when I feel like there's so much to discuss and break down. And I mean, you had linked me the Hubert Dreyfus hours and hours of lectures on this book and these characters and these ideas and spirituality. And I hope that we can do it justice, because people will say that, you know, you have to read the classics, especially of Russian literature. You have Pushkin, you have you've got, of course, Chekhov and Tolstoy, and of course Dostoevsky and countless others, and it just makes you wonder how many people actually take the time to read them. Well, I can say right here that we took the time to read this book. We've read it before in the past, and I'm excited to discuss it. And I feel like how much of the book we actually talk about, I don't know, but because you and I had already had a lengthy conversation even prior to sitting down recording about translations and the difficulty and the rabbit hole that comes with translating Russian literature. I feel like it's that Maximo Park album or song, you know, we'll meet in Russian literature, fourth floor midday, and here we are, traveling trans-benign. She said she'd wait, and lo and behold, here we are.
And here we are, definitely, and I like the way that you phrase that. And to give Lex Friedman his due, I think he'd already read the Brothers Karamazov before he put out that list. It definitely takes more than a week to really read and digest it. But just because, you know, I've been trying to do, you know, some research just to have some interesting things to talk about that I might not have known before, and a few of his clips came up in my travels through the understanding of this book. And I mean, I think he gets it. At least he gets it more so than your average person who may know of this book only in passing. One of the things that I did want to discuss before we actually get into the book is the understanding of this book, because you did make a great point about how the classics have been taken over by this sort of, you know, Reddit soy-jacking atheist. And I think that the understanding, you can't understand this book, or I'd say most books before the turn of the 20th century, without having at least a basic understanding of scripture. Especially so in the case of Dostoevsky, who is a lifelong Christian, Orthodox Christian, just like you are, which is amazing for me because I don't have that perspective, and I'm really I'm interested to hear what it is that I've missed in my read-throughs that you picked up on, because you have that similarity with.
I mean, this is with a lot of literature prior to, I would say, the Second World War. I mean, William Faulkner, you can't read Faulkner without knowing your Bible. I don't know how anyone could read Absalom without knowing who, one, Absalom is in the Bible, or just the numerous references to scripture that Faulkner makes throughout all of his work. And I guess that is a good place to start, is with the man himself, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Perhaps before we even get into the text itself, you know,
we can cover him a little bit. I don't want to turn this into Art of Darkness.
Oh, of course not.
Because
but
Brad and Kevin do a great job, and I definitely don't want to take their thing from them. But we can definitely discuss.
The only thing I just want to say is that you know, this is a man who died having the prison gospel that he was given read to him about the story of the prodigal son, and that this is a man who, of course, has a Russian spirituality to him, so this requires us to have a nominal understanding of Eastern Orthodoxy and Christianity, which I guess I'll be the stand-in for that, I suppose. You know, we're dealing with Christianity and religiosity in the Russian sense. We are going to understand that Elder Zosima is based on a variety of people, but we do know, of course, that Fyodor Dostoevsky knew Saint Ambrose of Optina, of the Optina monastic tradition, and the Optina elders, and who he is. Is a big care for both monastics and lay people, and his writings are well worth reading, even if you're not an Orthodox Christian, I think, in regards of prayer and how to deal with temptation. But this is a man who was once a revolutionary, an atheist, sort of this proto-communist atheist revolutionary, who would serve hard time and hard labor in Siberia and come to God in his own way, and lose, a child and marry a much younger woman, a stenographer, 20-something years his junior, and she took good care of him. But yeah, just those things I think are going to have to be in everyone's back of their head as we talk about this book.
I definitely want to talk about Saint Ambrose, but before we do that, and before we kind of get into Elder Zosima, let's discuss briefly the plot of the book, and then we'll get into the characters, which I think are more interesting and more worth our time, because the plot, as I understand it, and because I've taken a few courses in college, and then also just in my reading and YouTube rabbit holes, not a lot of plot there. It's very much a 19th century sort of romantic plot. One could confuse it for a sort of soap opera plot. You have love triangles, you have the fathers and sons bickering about money or women. There's a lot of sex appeal. It's very daytime television with some of the twists. There's even a large courtroom drama at the end, and yet it's also so much more than that, because the plot is almost inconsequential to what's going on, because we're seeing a broken family somewhat come together, fall apart, and then come together again.
Yeah, this is definitely more of what we might just call a character study in the life of a Russian, and again, this is after the serfs have been freed in this time frame, but the life of a Russian family who, is seeing Western ideas come into Russia, those who embrace the older Christian traditions of the Russian faith and the Russian tradition of Christianity, alongside not really having a father in their life, and what comes as the consequences of not having a father and also not really having a mother either. We're given sort of a Russian, I guess the real parallel maybe to the West might be this Dickensian style of poverty that affects the Russian peasant, and interactions with certain groups and people and merchants that can make you wealthy, and engaging in sort of the licentious, debaucherous traditions of other groups that make you wealthy. And we get four. I mean, we're given really four. All of these. I mean, the brothers themselves, but also their father. We're just given this interaction of one terribly messed up family, and that's putting it politely, of how fatherlessness and how our own passions can stir us to great crime, great desire to be more than what we are, but also to question the very basis of the world that we live in, over the existence of God, the consequences of power or liberalism, and so on and so forth. What motivates us in the absence of moral consequences. And I feel like that's a big running through line throughout this book, are the very questions of, well, if God is not real, then, and no existence of an immortal soul or consequences, then, I shall do as I will. And what are the consequences of that will? And again, we're just scratching the surface here, but this is more of a character study in vignettes of terrible tragedy and tragic existences that have little to comfort themselves but the Almighty, or the will to do as they please.
I think that's very well said. And so now that we kind of understand the plot somewhat, and okay, I mean, the book's been out for over 100
spoilers years. Everybody.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just thinking, I was like, imagine just saying spoilers for a 150-year-old book. Like, I mean, honestly, I've been known to be been hostile to my audience. If you listen to the Double Dealer podcast, I regularly tell the audience to go F themselves. I'm trying to be more restrained now and more professional in this setting, because I really do love literature. But I mean, really, if you haven't read this book, if you haven't read this book, and you don't want us to spoil anything for you, then I suggest you just stop listening right now and go read this book. That being said, Fyodor Karamazov is the patriarch of the Karamazov family. He is described as a sensualist. He's married twice in his lifetime, both under... He puts women under a spell, almost, especially the two that he marries. Whether his first wife, it's sort of her rebellion, a romantic rebellion against her father and mother, and then almost a certain sort of rebellion with his second wife against her governess and her benefactress, who is taking care of her, but almost she wants to get out, almost like like the Rapunzel tale. You know, she's stuck in a tower and she's waiting for this prince to save her, but the prince is this scoundrel who often hosts orgies while married. By the way, he hosts orgies at his house. He's stingy with his money. He when both of his wives die, he ignores his three young children. Technically, well, yeah, 4 young children. We'll get to that in a moment. And he sends them off to God knows where. Doesn't really provide for them. And you know, he's a sponge. He's a sponger. He's described as many times. Yeah. Any thoughts on the elder Karamazov?
Yeah, our patriarch is an excellent example of a man with no morals and a man who seeks out his pleasures and has no problem in taking great delight in playing as a fool and as a buffoon. And if you listen to audiobook recordings or you read it yourself, you know a guy like the elder Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. You know, he's a middle-aged man. He's like 55 years old, and he's just enjoying the fact that he has lived a debauched life. He's traveled around, not really caring about his 2 wives, and has, as Dostoevsky says, you know, he's made himself well off with various Jewish merchants, builds bars and taverns, makes money, does well for himself. And as we kind of, you know, as the book opens, we kind of realize that he is not long for this earth either. And that, you know, he paid no attention to his children. And, you know, he loves playing the "oh, woe is me" character to anyone who is willing to listen and to, you know, spin a yarn on these things. And so no care for his children, and now that his children are grown, and they have sort of come together for a variety of different reasons. Of course, this is a man who has not raised his children at all, either due to the lovely respects of his servant Grigory, or just the family of his deceased wives taking care of the others. And he is a man who only knows sensual pleasure and only delights in talking about things of immortality in the abstract bar conversation. Let's have those, you know, how we meme about like a glass table and a backyard porch, saying if you've only had good conversations at 2 a.m. with these things. He's the kind of man that likes to talk about religion or passion or murder, death, and women and lust over a glass of brandy at any hour. And that's really his, like the book says, he's a sensualist. Sensual pleasures. He is a debauched man. And if you don't walk away from reading this book and think, you know, a little bit of he's like, maybe he did have it coming. But at the same time, you see a deeply troubled man that I think all of us to some extent know.
Yes, and what Prude is alluding to is he's later murdered by one of his sons, and that's where the trial aspect comes in. And throughout your reading of it, you're juggling in your head whether or not it was justified or not. And then the characters, you know, it's revealed that one of the characters commits the murder for the worst reasons possible, and all that sort of moral juggling that you've done beforehand is wiped away, because you're like, oh man, to do that for the worst reason possible is it's soul corroding. But yes, I think the one moment that sums up Fyodor Karamazov is when he's heard that his first wife has passed, and he goes running through the streets crying. First of all, she left him years before to go live in St. Petersburg with another man. They didn't divorce, but they were estranged for all intents and purposes, and it's said she either dies of typhus or she starves to death because the dowry that she received from her landowning family when she married Karamazov, he takes it all and leaves her destitute. But he's crying through the streets like he's lost this great love of his life.
Or did he? That's the fun thing that this book, or that Dostoevsky breaks into, because he says he simultaneously cries, but then he screams, "Now dost thou dismiss thy servant, O master," which are the words that Simeon in the New Testament says when Jesus is received into the temple, a man that God had made to live for hundreds of years before meeting the Lord. "Now dost thou dismiss thy servant, O master, according to thy word in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all peoples, a light to be revealed to the nations, and for the glory of thy people Israel." And so that hymn, or that saying, is said at every dismissal for any Orthodox service in church. And so, he's like so excited. My wife is dead, but also woe is me. Again, so we're immediately brought into the fact that you don't know what this guy believes in. And, it doesn't matter that he feels this, oh, woe is me thing. He's also like, oh, thank God, I can finally die. This burden has been removed from me for social obligations. I can now go and do what I please. And depending on your translation, that's a little more fleshed out. But, even in the Constance Garnett version, which is the original English translation, which has its own issues, when I was re-listening to it this last week and a half, getting prepared, and when I heard that, I was just laughing, because I was like, I know what that's in reference to, because I sing that all the time. And he sang the dismissal hymn, like, I'm done with this woman. Thank God Almighty, she is dead. It's not my problem. But then also, woe is me to anyone who can listen to me. He's like if Cliff Clavin was just a rat bastard.
This is the only podcast, folks, where you'll get Cheers references in your discussions of high literature, and that's what you tuned in for. But I'm really glad that you brought up the dismissal hymn or prayer, because I didn't know that. That's really interesting. I knew that he was quoting scripture there. I didn't know the cultural significance to Orthodoxy. So anybody out there who knows of the Orthodox faith, or practices the Orthodox faith, is going to have a deeper relationship with the text than anybody else who may not have those relationships or that knowledge.
Yeah, and you're going to see that quite plainly, especially with all of these characters who are culturally Christian by nature of their birth and what surrounds them culturally, in the same way that Americans are, even if they're atheists, they're culturally some kind of Protestant American because of the Christianity of the United States. And so, yeah, if you don't know much about the Eastern Orthodox Church, I will try my best to play intermediary as an Orthodox Christian and as a singer in the choir. So those unfamiliar with services, I will try my best to explain the best of my ability throughout our discussion.
So that brings us to our first Karamazov brother, Dmitri, also called Mitya, which is just a nickname that Russians have for basically every Russian name has a nickname. Alyosha, the youngest brother, is actually just Alexander. It's a short kind of
Alexei.
Yeah, Alexander. And that's one of the barriers, I think, to Russian literature, because they use patronyms a lot. They never use the last name, or hardly ever, and they're constantly using these nicknames. But one of the great things about that is it deepens the characterization, because you're only going to call somebody like Ivan is not going to really call Dmitri Misha because they don't have that relationship, whereas Alyosha is probably going to call everybody by their nickname because that's just the kind of guy he is. It's just a great way to understand character relationships as well as something about the characters themselves. But anyway, Dmitry Karamazov, kind of a chip off the old block, wouldn't you say?
Yes, he's definitely, out of the three, the man who resembles the most like his father in respects to his characterization. You know, he is the only son of Fyodor Pavlovich's first marriage. He also calls himself a sensualist. He's also got a problem with alcohol. He's definitely got a problem with women and blowing his money. And it is one of the motivating, of course, plot lines is that both Dmitri and Fyodor, his father, are interested in the same woman.
Yeah,
And,
I think interested is an understatement. They're both lusting after this woman.
Yes, they're both. If they're both after her. You know, the town harlot, so to speak. They're both in love with the town pump, and they're willing to go to blows over it, and quite literally over blows for it. But I mean, he is a man that, of course, he had served in the military. He was engaged, but he breaks it off. But at the same time, he wants more money, and he's blown it, and he's wasted it. He's been quietly discharged, but not with any sort of dishonor. And he is a man that has a chip off the old block, but also a massive chip on his shoulder, who wishes to settle the score with his old man.
Right, and so he had an estate planned for him through his mother. Some inheritance, and the executor of the inheritance was, of course, Fyodor Karamazov, his father. So, he's not gonna. Dimitri's never gonna get the money. Nope. There's no way to know, at least from Mich's point of view, how much money there was, how much money there's still left. And every time he comes to see Fyodor about his inheritance, he gets sent off with some pittance, to tide him over. And then until recently, Fyodor lets him know, hey, actually, you kind of owe me money. There's no more money left for you. And this is the main reason why all the brothers come back to the family home, is to try and settle this score between father and son.
And this is what really brings us together. I mean, we're introduced to our characters in their own respectful ways, but our brothers finally meet, and we are introduced throughout the first really two books of the story. We're given the marriages, we're given the circumstances that brings the three brothers back, and we're now using the settling of eldest son to the father, and here we are meeting on quote unquote neutral but hallowed ground in this tiny little town, which is the local monastery with an elder of great importance. And we're given an explanation, of course, of Orthodox monasticism in the sort of the Russian style and tradition, although that itself is a huge asterisk can of worms that we can maybe get into. But we're here to settle the estate, and everyone can come together, be witnesses, and have all the affairs cleared out between the sons and the father. And this is where we see our characters really show their colors, even in the presence of quote-unquote holy people.
So what? And to give a small anecdote, it'd be like if. So when I was growing up, my grandmother raised I have a bunch of aunts and uncles, let's say, right? I come from a big Irish family, and my grandmother was always the peacekeeper, right? And no matter how often my mom and aunts got together, there would always be a fight unless my grandmother was there. And in a lot of ways, and I feel like that's the story of most families, especially in America, uh, for various cultural reasons, but also in Russia. And you're seeing the elder Zosima play that sort of mediator role for people he doesn't even know. The only person that he knows in that scenario is Alyosha, who we have not yet really introduced, and we probably should. But it's just interesting that the father, Fyodor Pavlovich, he he doesn't have the authority of a father. He doesn't want the responsibility of being a father. Instead, he treats his sons like annoyances, and they're all on the same level maturity wise.
Yes.
He doesn't have he doesn't have patriarchal authority over them, and why would he? And that's one of the main questions of this book is, if you're a son to a bad parent, what is your duty to them?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's really important to consider is that we have a man who wants to play father when it's appropriate in front of the eyes of other adults in the room. But in all honesty, the he owes no respect. I mean, he doesn't garner any, he doesn't command any. The only people who really do, stand by his side loyally are Grigory and his wife, his servants. But even then, right, uh, it's the nature of the fact that there's also that hint of pity that Fyodor Pavlovich is just a really depressed kind of man that you really only have contempt for, but you still serve as according to your role and station in life. And yeah, I mean, all four of the brothers really are trying to understand and interact with this man that is a father figure in name only, but a debauched, debased man who really only loses himself in drink and women and pleasure and enjoys making himself the center of attention, even if that means playing like the old fool. And so I guess this also means that we should introduce the other, for now at least, the other two brothers.
Right. So, middle child, classic middle child, Ivan Karamazov is the firstborn of Fyodor's second wife. I think Katerina, right, is her name?
Yes.
Yes. So Katerina's first child is Ivan.
No. Katerina is Dimitri's fiance, but
No, I thought it second wife was Katerina Ivanovna.
uh,
My copy here has
yeah,
instead of
pull that out. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so yeah, first child of the second wife.
No,
She.
Adelia Ivanova.
Sorry. Yes, you're completely right. Yes,
Sophia and Adelia Ivanova.
that's right.
Yeah.
So anyway, Ivan is the first child of this second marriage. I think he's 7 when his mother dies, and Ivan is shipped off to live with relatives of relatives, and he has this gnawing knowing in the back of his mind that he is. I think the phrase they use is eating another man's bread. That he is worse than a guest. He is a guest that is unwelcome in many ways. Uh, and he holds this. This is the chip that he puts on his own shoulder. Is that he is not going to take anything from anybody. So he ends up getting to university, and he becomes a writer for the local paper, and he becomes someone of some renown actually because of his insights, because of his wit, and he starts making a small living for himself as a writer and as an intellectual. Let's say he won't take anything from anybody, and that's actually probably why his father likes him. Of the three legitimate brothers, he and Fyodor and Ivan have the best relationship. I'll stick a pin in that, but for now, they have the most. They understand each other the most, and I think that's because Fyodor knows that Ivan doesn't want anything from him.
Ivan gets the best sort of currency, I think, in this situation that you want, and to a point where even his father fears Ivan out of all three of his children, which is information. Even when there's a great scene where we get this sort of a confession, right, between Alyosha and the eldest Dmitri, that out of all of his children, Fyodor Pavlovich fears Ivan the most. Ivan is a very talented writer. He is a intellectual and a sort of atheist, and he's very much an atheist. And he has sort of his idea of this axiom that if there is no God, everything is lawful, which of course is the running through line of how true that is in our world. And so Ivan, of course, is the most feared. Ivan's in love with something about, of course, his relationship to Katerina, which is Dimitri's original betrothed. And it's, again, all very difficult for us to realize that Ivan is the best written atheist ever.
Yeah,
and I wish
he's the best atheist ever. And
he's the best atheist ever. And I wish new atheists were more like Ivan, because they would be better challenges to Christianity than the Matt Dillahantes of the world. But nevertheless, he is very much a man that, while has his own lusts, has his own pleasures, he is more stimulated by the rationalism of his own mind and his own thoughts, to a point where he can sort of run people around in circles, utilizing things he's written which are satire more so than anything else, which allows him to sort of flesh out his own world of, if God is not real, then all things are lawless, and I reject the notion of what God offers for us. It's a presupposition he refuses to exist in, which makes him a very dangerous character in the sense that he's the most sociopathic in a lot of ways, because if you have no laws and no gods and all things are lawful, then the rules around us be damned, and that I will do as I please according to what my mind thinks is the best answer for myself.
See, I wouldn't say that he's the most sociopathic, though. That definitely goes to the illegitimate brother Smerdyakov. But
yes, yeah. I'm saying out of the three, Smerdyakov is a whole can of worms that we can unbox. But as we're introduced to these characters, he's the worst of the three, and then we're treated to a real, literal rat bastard.
But my impression of Ivan, especially early on, but throughout the novel, he's stuck on this axiom, and you're completely correct, that if there is no God, everything is permitted. But the thing that sticks in his craw is that he tries to be a moral actor regardless. And I think that's his saving grace. I think he's so afraid of the ramifications of a world without God that it guides his actions.
It guides his actions in a way to reject them. Ivan recognizes that, the average peasant, the average normie, has some type of dictate or moral axiom to follow, but he sees himself above it. And in doing so, sure, Christianity's fine for the average Joe, but I'm above it, and I can create a world in which either A, all can be saved, in his sort of ultramontanist parody of the church and ecclesiastical courts, but also that he recognizes that to do things on faith alone is foolish, because faith flies in the face of rationalism. And as a man who has read about things going on in the West, especially, that he's insulted. He's called, both him and Smerdyakov, or get called Jesuits, which I think is an interesting insult, but also kind of valid, about the sort of like rationalism to the world that like, well, if A minus X, then I can get Y, and this is why it's fine. Christianity is, okay for people, but who cares? Because anything can be allowed under how I work. And in doing so, I understand that all is allowed because I can work and be above what is done with my mind. And so God's justice and the commandments of Christ mean very little to me because I recognize and I logically understand that these are impossible commandments in accordance to the tradition of Christianity and Christians throughout history. And so I guess to me, I guess I call Ivan sociopathic because Ivan has the ideology much like Smirnikov, and this is why we see in sort of this early conversation over brandy that he's even Fyodor Pavlovich is telling Ivan like this guy is wanting your attention. He wants you to praise him. He's being smart. He's following out with excellent elocution, and Ivan I think is just much like Smirnikov are two sides of the same coin. One that recognizes where this logic can take you and how to reject the faith and to reject spirituality and religion and to act on the suffering and the liberalism of the world that is, say, atheistic liberalism. And then Smirnikov is the part where you act that out to its logical conclusion, which of course is with great evil and with crime and with looking at all things with a sense of superiority. One man can have fun with it, like, I've gotten all of these Christians to be deeply concerned over a paper that I write that's about, that's almost that is basically parody of their own rule and their own charter given to them by God. Unlike, say, the papacy and the papal state, which that plays into the Orthodox perception of the papacy. Whereas Smirnikov is the opposite side of that coin, where it's like, well, if I think this and I don't believe in anything, well, then I can act out on my pleasure and my passion, what I think is the rationally correct thing to do, because I don't have to be afraid of what God tells me to do. And there go. You really have to look at Ivan and Smirnikov as the dangers of where you go when you reject faith or you reject human action without a religious presupposition, and then you look at the logical conclusion of where that presupposition goes, and that's the bastard child Smirnikov.
I think of Ivan as, especially in the West in the later half of the 20th century and then early 21st century, you have those new atheists, right?
Yeah.
And then you also have like Gene Roddenberry's vision for the future, where religion is set aside so that the great liberal project can be enacted and we can conquer the future based on our superior ideals and ideals of peace, of understanding, tolerance, as well as basically everybody can live under this one tent. And I think now Ivan, of course, is not that, because he's living in sort of 19th century Russia. His interactions with liberalism that he does have are not as thought out, let's say, as they are today, or not even thought out, but not taken to the conclusions that we have today. He's still, you could say he's a proponent of the liberal project, and definitely Smerdyakov is as well. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're both of those two men are just this recognizing that things are bad. And also we have to understand that even prior to, say, the overthrow of the Tsar, is that you've had murders, you've had revolutionaries attacks against the royal family and so on throughout the 19th century, that there is this revolutionary mindset against the old regime, that finally the visage of the Enlightenment and the revolutionary forms of liberalism are coming to the east and are coming to Russia. And both of these men have encountered it. And both of these men seriously take issue with sort of the happy pauper who, it doesn't matter how bad life is, he's got his God and he's got his wife or his family, and that's all that matters. And to me, that really does indicate just that. Again, it echoes his other works like Crime and Punishment. These dream fugue states of revolutionary passion and zeal. Both of those men flirt with those ideas and give us sort of the Russian faithful examination of what those ideals look like. And it's even better because Dostoevsky was in his youth one of those men.
Yes, he was. Famously, he was in a literary circle that turned into sort of a quasi-revolutionary circle. He gets caught by the secret police and arrested, and he's about to be shot on the Tsar's orders. And they're lined up. They have the blindfolds put on. They're put in front of the stakes, and just before the order is given to fire, there's a bit of theater where an order from the Tsar comes at the very last moment, and their lives are spared, and they instead are exiled to Siberia for a time. And before he is lined up and about to be shot, he asks for forgiveness from all the people around him. So all of his friends, he's begging for their forgiveness, and this is really his come to God moment. And I think that that idea plays out a lot in all of his works, but especially in Brothers Karamazov, and probably like Notes from a Dead House, which was his prison memoir or prison novel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the four most famous works of his are all focusing on that subject of redemption and a very, of course, Christian understanding of it. Like I mentioned earlier, when he dies, the gospel of in the parable of the prodigal son is read to him as he reposes. And that's something that's very important to consider here is that despite all these things, these men can come back from it. And Dostoevsky is the living example of coming back to that and understanding that he wishes to seek repentance for his soul for the crimes that he's committed and to strive a life for it. Whether or not, he succeeded is only up to the one who sits in the judgment seat, not you and I. But it does indicate that we're going to see that play out very much in this book, with all of these characters and how they interact with repentance and their crimes. And we also, like we had said at the beginning, hey, this book's over 100 years old. Spoiler alert. I mean, as with Smirnikov, right? He is the Judas. He betrays, he commits patricide, but he kills himself. He's Judas Iscariot in this instance, rather than to reject, to be repentant, like Peter was after denying Christ 3 times. Smirnikov, like Judas, kills himself, and you see that parallel quite clearly. You betray the patriarch, you betray the man, the head of the household, and rather than to deal with the consequences of your actions and to save someone else, you die and you kill yourself. And we're going to, if you're an atheist listening to this, I apologize. You're just going to get Christianity smacked all over you, and you're just going to have to deal with it.
One of our conversations that we had, you mentioned that Dostoevsky regretted writing the character of Ivan because of how convincing his arguments were in the book. But to me, I think Dostoevsky answers those arguments by just saying, okay, live it out, see what happens when you live like this. And he writes it out in the case of Ivan and Smerdyakov, who kills himself because he can't live with killing his own father, and Ivan, who is he takes responsibility for putting the idea in Smerdykov's head and loses his mind over it. So I think, and you see this even lived out today. Like, can you honestly say that the people who espouse that there is no God, that everything is permitted, that they are living good lives after that? We'll call it a revelation, though it's not, but we'll call it that. Can you say that they're living well? No. I mean, half of them are, cutting themselves or having sex with animals or as many people as possible. I mean, just look at the state of the world without God.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that even even Fyodor Pavlovich, who's again he's culturally surrounded by Christianity, but for all intents and purposes is much like the merchants that he has made his money off of and has enjoyed, usury and deceit in their midst. Again, to refer back to the Psalter, um, he cites Psalm 14 or 13, depending on your translation. The fool hath said in his heart that there is no God. Even Dostoevsky, knows, or even Fyodor himself, Pavlovich, and the character, even the father knows this. And for those that are Christian, they can look and operate. Even new atheists, most famously Richard Dawkins, in an interview recently says, at least Christianity held back some of this bizarre, gay race tranny communism. And even he's sort of recognizing that the same thing that Chesterton and every other Christian writer has ever acknowledged is that once you get rid of God, something else replaces him.
Every Ivan, there are like 10 Smerdykovs.
Yes. That needs to be iterated throughout all this. For every for every Ivan, that just opens the door for like 10 Smerdykovs to come in and kill their dads and just be disgusting sociopaths and hang and abuse animals on trees and be beaten.
Well, I mean, we've talked about him a lot already, but let's introduce Smerdyakov before we get to Alyosha. I think he's also Alyosha's the youngest, even with Smerdyakov in the picture. So I guess we'll just go in order of age. So Smerdyakov, the son of Fyodor Pavlovich. He is definitely the son of stinking Lizaveta, who is this sort of mute, blind street urchin in the local town. It's almost like to have relations with her is the same as having relations with like a special needs person.
Yeah, she plays. She's a fool. She's a mute character. Just walks around in a smock and bare feet. She's the town idiot, the village idiot, and she's kind of like the mute girl that comes along in the film. Again, another Russian film focused on spirituality. Andrei Rublev. Like she's kind of this mute idiot. But even there again, we learn of her story, of course, as we introduce Smerdyakov, and we stinking Lizaveta is approached by a bunch of drunk men, including Fyodor Pavlovich, and they're like, "She's not a woman; she's an animal." Like you can't look at that as a woman. How could you? Even if you are a debauched drunkard, you're just like, well, you don't sleep with someone with Down syndrome. Like you don't sleep with a special needs person. And Fyodor Pavlovich is implied to be the father by simply saying, well, I can prove you wrong. I don't think so. And of course, Pavlovich says this, Fyodor says this later in other conversations, that even if a woman is ugly, he thinks that no woman is ugly and that beauty can be found in all women. That's how much of a sensualist he is. And so we learn that stinking Lizaveta is in the outhouse of the garden, gives birth to this boy, dies, and is taken care of by Grigory and his wife, the servants of Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. And
do you remember?
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you remember that show, In the Heat of the Night?
No.
There was a show from, I think it was like the 80s, called, or maybe the 90s, called In the Heat of the Night, and there's one scene that I remember in particular. It's a cop drama with the guy who played Archie Bunker in it,
Okay.
right? And there's this one scene. They haul in this one scumbag, and the officers ask this guy. He's like, "Hey, do you know why we pulled you in?" He's like, "No, I don't." And they're like, "You had sex with Willa Masters," and he says, "So she's 18 and legal." And Carol O'Connor, who plays Archie Bunker and one of the cops in this show, he goes, "She's retarded." Like
that's terrible, but yeah, this is basically what happens.
but just this, you have to have no soul in some respects to really he rapes this woman. I mean, and I don't think this is like some hot take. There's no way that Lizaveta can really consent to
Oh heavens, no.
to what's going on. Like he rapes this woman, impregnates her, and then she dies. And he doesn't recognize his own bastard. And this is everything that sets up Smerdyakov. And what Dostoevsky is saying here is that don't it don't trust people with
breaking
backgrounds.
News: don't rape.
Well, yeah, don't rape. Yeah, this is an anti-rape show, but when it comes to the character of Smerdyakov himself, he's telling the audience this guy was born wrong.
Yeah, and I mean even Grigory, the servant that plays the role of his father, even though this last name is invented and his first name is Pavel, which is sort of again to refer to that his father is Fyodor Pavlovich, Pavel being a word for Paul, but
he's Pavel Fyodorovich.
Yeah, Theodorovich. Like we know who you are. You're the son of Pavel. You're the son of Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. But this fake last name means son of the reeking one as an insult to him, as an But he's raised by Grigory and his wife Marfa, and he, of course, he is the example of just all the warning signs of a murdering sociopath who will act again violently, as sort of the logical conclusion of Ivan's ideas. He rejects Christianity. He sees the first contradiction in scripture and is just like, I'm done with this. And of course he's beaten. He's epileptic, which is a problem that Dostoevsky had in real life. He was found abusing animals and burying them in ritualistic sort of pagan rituals, to a point where Grigory just tells him, "You're not human. You're the spawn of the mildew on a bathhouse wall. That's who you are." And Smerdyakov has never forgiven him for that. But I mean, and he hates him more, despite the fact that he kills, Fyodor Pavlovich, the father figure. His hatred is more so to the man who raised him, which is Grigory, and you see this in all the conversations that they have.
And it's interesting because I think one of the reasons it's pretty murky why he kills Fyodor Karamazov. I think one of the reasons that we can read into the text is that it's because he didn't protect him from Grigory.
Yeah, no protection, and I mean he's beaten once, but immediately out of some potential guilt or just fatherly protection, Fyodor takes Smerdyakov in, and makes him the cook, makes him as sort of the lackey of such. But and he pays him well, and he keeps him around and allows him to read if he wants to. And so yeah, I mean, we don't. Fyodor is ironically the man who treats him the best, and that's the man he kills, despite most of his hatred, all of his hatred really being directed towards Grigory. And he is one of the smartest out of all of these brothers. And again, he's the most dangerous, despite the fact that Fyodor fears Ivan the most. It's not Ivan or Dmitri, despite those who have words with him or even kick him and fight with him. The man he is the kindest to, the bastard father of the bastard child is the one who receives the punishment. And again, there's a lot to break down into that, but he is again, like I think you said it perfectly. He was just born wrong, born broken. And he is the example, I think, of the kind of suffering that Ivan would point to if he knew the whole story and say, how could you accept God when a man like, Pavel Fyodorovich Smirdyakov exists?
I think that's very well said. And one of the things that Dostoevsky does in this novel is he doesn't absolve anyone. One of the things that society does these days is they try to absolve, especially certain communities of people. They try to absolve them of their wrongdoings by making excuses like, oh, it's not X's fault, it's society, it's systemic racism, it's sexism, it's homophobia, it's all of these society-wide problems that, there were a lot of problems in society in Dostoevsky's day, and he lays them out point by point in each of the Karamazov brothers, but each one of them still has moral agency and responsibility for the salvation of their own souls. And that runs flat in the face of modernity and this culture of your circumstances in life absolve you from the things that you feel you have to do.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And again, this is what makes Ivan and Smirdyakov the most sort of interesting clashes with old Russian society. Because if you go and look towards Eastern Christianity, you're going to a form of Christianity never experienced A, the Enlightenment, but B, the Renaissance. So the art, the worship, everything is so different. And the spirituality of the Russian peasant is, of course, so backwards, even in the 19th century, in comparison to these, revolutionary style characters who are in love with the revolutionary spirit of 1848. They wish it could happen in Russia, that it's so backward to them. And they look at themselves as the enlightened, intellectualized, superior overmen from the West. And in doing so, you see this utter contempt for the basic acknowledgement that you have free will and that it is up to you to determine the course of your salvation, and that depending on which path you go on, you could redeem yourself before thy dread tribunal, but at the end of the day, you can also reject it wholesale, and in doing so, damn yourself. And we see that especially with Smirdyakov, and to some extent Ivan. But Ivan is left on a more hopeful note that he could save himself.
Ivan, if the proposed second novel that the introduction relates to us ever got made, I think we'd see a much different Ivan. And I'll bring a point that I had about that before up, but first I want to thank you for bringing up 1848, because I wanted to kind of talk about the relationship between Moscow, well, more St. Petersburg, and Paris, right? But Russia sees especially France as, and this has been this way for a very long time, France is this kind of, you know how Japanese people have Paris syndrome when they finally get to Paris and they're disappointed, but they had it built up in their mind. 19th and early 20th century Russia, and even before then, has a very similar relationship with France. And they see the revolutions of 1848, and more specifically the revolution of 1789, as, especially the intellectual class of Russia, the Ivan types, the Smerdyakov types, they see that as aspirational, and a little bit after, not long after Dostoevsky's death, what do we have but the revolution of 1917 in Russia?
Yeah, and again, like you and I have talked about this privately, but even the Franco-Russian alliance in World War One is incredibly awkward because there is that French anti-monarchical streak in them, being the French Republic and the French Revolution, and so to see the government of the Tsar and the French have their anthems play. One of them is La Marseillaise, and the other is God Save the Tsar, and it's just a very terrifying clash. I mean, you see this most famously, of course, in the 1812 overture, where you'll have a mix of "O Lord, save thy people" or "O Lord, save thy king," and protect the Orthodox emperor and make him defeat his enemies, and then it's playing right next to the La Marseillaise. And so, yeah, there's this revolutionary attitude that, of course, is throughout all of Dostoevsky's work. Demons and Crime and Punishment, most specifically, to which you had said prior to that Demons basically predicts the Bolshevik Revolution, and I couldn't agree more with that. But yeah, I mean, these Smirdyakov, if he was alive in 1917, he'd be the one that pulls the trigger on the Tsar and his family with like no remorse whatsoever, and Ivan would be maybe a Trotskyist of high-minded liberal ideals, ushering in something new and then realizing the terror of it going too far, and then maybe he gets ice-picked or something. Who knows?
Probably. Yeah.
There's some safe assumptions that you can make based off the words of these brothers and men that make you realize that you are witnessing a clash of the liberal revolutions of the world versus an old, very feudal peasant Christian culture.
And another thing, just to bring up, it's not so apparent in Dostoevsky novels, but if you read Tolstoy, especially something like War and Peace, all of the principal characters, they're all nobility, they're all princes or sons of princes. They all speak French. Like that whole novel is almost, there's so much French in the dialogue between these people, because that's what the court spoke, and that's also one of the main tensions of Russian society, because before World War II, and that was called the Great Patriotic War over there, there was the Patriotic War of 1812, where the Russians are trying to come to terms with the fact that this culture that they admire so much in France is at the same time attacking them. So that's just another sort of interesting cultural thing going on that I think that Dostoevsky was definitely aware of and makes his characters aware of. Because I mean, Smerdyakov himself, he wants to, his ambition in life is to move to France to be a chef.
Yeah.
So he can live. That, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a chef, although I think they're all psychopaths and kind of losers. Especially that chef meme that I posted a few days ago, where being a chef is punk rock and fuck you. Maybe Dostoevsky was onto something there.
Yeah, maybe. It makes you think about a little bit of Anthony Bourdain.
What did he know about chefs?
Yeah, what did Dostoevsky know? Does this mean Anthony Bourdain has killed men? Who knows? He certainly killed himself, but yeah, it raises. That shouldn't be there'll be some dark humor in this little talk. But I guess that brings us to our last character. I mean, there are plenty of minor characters and women and so on, but I mean...
We don't talk about women on this podcast.
This brings us to the youngest brother, and he's not really... In a way, he's the hero.
Well, no, he is the hero. He
is the hero.
Dostoevsky writes
calls him as such. Yeah. But I mean, in the greater context, out of all of the brothers, I'm of the position that Dmitri is the one that undergoes the most kind of salvific redemption. But we can get into that as we discuss it. But yes, Alyosha Alexander, our youngest, a young man of 20.
He's a sensitive young man.
A sensitive young man, a man that does not like to hear things about sex or women, to a point where he was bullied relentlessly as a youth.
Well, no, he wasn't bullied. So they bullied him a little bit, right?
But they stopped, and they found it endearing.
Because they found it endearing, and he is everybody's favorite person. So
yeah,
that's as light as his bullying ever gets. He never gets beat up. He never gets picked on for whatever. They think it's funny when he has a reaction to talk about women, and he just doesn't want to hear it, and
he blushes.
Yeah, he is the innocent. Innocent is probably the best word to describe him in all ways.
He is the most chaste and innocent one of them all. And and when you look at him, you consider a man who, like so many others, with no parent relationship at all. I mean, he was raised by family of his mother and so on and so forth. But at the end of it all, this is a boy, I think, in a way, as when we're introduced to him and his memories of his mom, you see something about him that indicates he was meant for a much higher calling. His mother, the old crazy lady, as
the shrieker, I think.
Shrieker, yeah, or the old crazy lady, depending on your translation. The crazy woman. The distinct memory that he has, like a flashbulb memory, is his mother crying out, holding him as a young child, like 2 or 3 years old, and she's standing before an icon of the Mother of God, and just asking for her to pray for him and to give him a better life than she has. And there's some implied medical issues that she has, like a manic depressive or some sort.
And I think Alyosha is actually dying in this scene.
Yeah,
he's something seriously wrong, because a nurse comes in not long after, and takes him away.
Yeah.
That video I showed you, or I shared with you, the Hubert Dreyfus lecture. Mm-hmm. He said he interprets this scene as Alyosha's baptism. Because you have the rays of light from the sun almost bounce off of the icon and then onto him. And this is seen as sort of a baptismal scene. Obviously, not a church baptism in the sense that we understand, where that's done with water, but more of sort of like some literary flair. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I wonder, and again, it makes me wonder how much of theology Dostoevsky knew, because the mention of light is always interesting, because you have sort of the uncreated light of God, which is why I also chuckled when we talk about Smirdyakov, and he's listening to, if God creates the sun on the third day, but he says, let there be light on the first day, well, where's the light come from? And I'm just
Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate, Christians, and I'm just like, well, this is where you get the uncreated light, the divine essence and energies of God. That's a whole other theological issue to open up into. But
we're rationalists here. Come on.
Yeah, well, the Satan is a rationalist, so that's the big thesis out of all of Dostoevsky's books. If you're a liberal rationalist, you are an agent of Satan.
Guys, I'm just gonna say this right now. This is a very irrational podcast. We hate the Antichrist.
We hate the Antichrist. That's so true. But he is the hero of this novel, but he is also that's the only real memory he has of his mother, and it is the woman, of course, in which she dies. And of course, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. But I mean, there's a baptismal aspect of this, but there's also, I think, the great, if for instance, when Christ is baptized, dove of the Holy Spirit, the heavens open up and you hear the voice of God, the Father, this is my Son in whom I am well pleased. And so here's the light coming off the icon. The mother is asking the mother of all to pray and intercede for him, to which the answer, I think, is given in the reflection of the light. And of course, in his beautiful innocence and his childlike love that all see no wrong in him, he becomes a monastic novice. He wishes to live his life with Christ, and is deeply attached to his spiritual father and elder, Elder Zosima or Elder Zosima in the church, in the monastery that's in this little town. But I guess that can be baptismal. Maybe not baptismal, but maybe the sign in which we know he's the character, who's the hero of the story. It is like Christ's baptism, I suppose, but not the whole threefold immersion thing that you would see in the Orthodox Church. But yeah, I mean, it's the sign in which this is the one. This is our Christ-like Christian character. Although Alyosha is certainly no Christ, he is the most faithful adherent to it out of all the characters.
And not only does Alyosha, not only does no one see fault in him, in as far as the characters in the book, but he doesn't see fault in anybody. He's quick to forgive. He'd give all his money away to a beggar or to a swindler and think nothing of it. He's the one quote from scripture that I think of when I think of Alyosha is better to have a millstone around your neck than to hurt these innocents.
Yes.
And he lives that out. And what Dostoevsky does is really interesting here. He's talking about, well, here is this sort of almost a man after God's own heart kind of character, right? He tries to, if there was a more Christ-like character in literary fiction, I don't know him. Right? Alyosha is that innocent and almost pure in his innocence.
Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. And Alyosha is the perfect embodiment of the pure in heart, in a literary sense of the word. I mean,
definitely.
He is, of course, I mean, he's young. He is not a learned man by any stretch of the imagination in comparison to his brothers, or worldly in comparison to his brothers. I mean, yes, he received an education, but I mean,
he drops out early.
He drops out early.
I think he's like 20 years old here.
He's 20 years old in this instance, and we don't know how long he had been in the monastery, but he wears a cassock like the others, and he's trying to commit himself to God, and to, as they say in the story, he's working on saving his soul, and so he is going to become a cloistered monastic, and he is learning under the hermitage of Elder Zosima, and is very close to him.
Even his own father, who doesn't like anybody, loves Alyosha, or at least he says he does. He says, he heaps love and affection onto Alyosha.
Yeah, he loves him.
Yeah, he just because he loves his innocence. And what Dostoevsky's doing in this book is saying, like, okay, how does a person like this actually live in the world? He does. Alyosha has this interesting quirk about him where he's always provided for,
to a point where he just takes it for granted.
Yeah,
that even if Dostoevsky, the narrator of this book, just flat out tells us, the reader, that Alyosha is one of the only people on Earth that could be dropped into a city of 1 million people, and we wouldn't have to worry about him being robbed or beaten. He would be taken care of.
Somebody
within
would just
hours.
take care of him, and they would feel nothing. They would feel no like spite or resentment. They would be very happy to take care of this person. They would, and they'd immediately love him. Where Ivan is desperately aware that he's eating another man's bread, which, I mean, I just think that's such a great line. Alyosha is accepted immediately in whatever situation that he's put in, or whatever family situation he has at that moment, because he bounces around from family to family growing up.
Yeah.
And they just love him. But what Dostoevsky's doing is, how can a person like this struggle, or what happens when he encounters hardship and struggle?
And that's the best parts, I think, of this book, is Alyosha following, I mean, his master's commands in a lot of ways, his elders' commands to be out in the world and to save them. And again, this is where you open up a whole book of can of worms, and I'm going to say that a lot when it comes to Orthodox spirituality, of what does that mean, who is he saving, and he's such a good thing. I look at Alyosha and I think of a great saying probably one of the most well-known, I mean, there are many well-known Russian saints, but Saint Seraphim of Sarov, acquire a peaceful spirit, and around you thousands will be saved. And if there is any embodiment of that saying from Saint Seraphim, it's Alyosha. A peaceful spirit, a man who tries his hardest not to judge, tries to be meek, is not interested in sensual pleasures like his brothers. Although he is born with it, he has that insect inside of him, as Dmitri describes it.
I think, what is it? Karamazovs are either angels or insects.
Yes. But he has that sensual insect born in him. He says it's ancestral, which of course kind of comes on with ancestral sin and so on. But yeah, he is the embracing of having a peaceful spirit around him. And he wishes to, be the example of a Christian in the Karamazov line, that, listen, all my brothers, my dad can be awful, but I will be the good example, and I will seek God above all things. And that is what he tries his best to do. And I think inevitably does show how to pull through, even in the, understanding of, breaking away from it, and realizes that actually, no, there is reasons for these traditions. There is reasons for the fasts. There are reasons for the ritual, the rules of a Christian, especially in the Orthodox Church, where your fasting is a little more hardcore than, say, in the West. You normally fast Wednesdays and Fridays. You're vegan those days. You try to eat little. You're vegan for 40 days for Lent. You're basically vegan for 40 days prior to Christmas, which is what I'm going through right now. Hence having my little Santa hat on before Thanksgiving. But he is he's compassionate and still has that peaceful soul, even when he drifts away from monastic orders and vows. And even after visiting, Grushenka, he doesn't give in to it. He doesn't lose himself to it. He realizes that he can save people simply by having faith in them. And that, he only God can take away your sins. But I mean, Alyosha recognizes that there's still good in humanity. And that's the question that, we see be approached by all of the brothers, including Smirdyakov, that mankind, why do I love mankind? Well, we're told to love mankind, but can I love man? The more I work, the more I do these things, can I really love men? I'm surrounded by these evil, debaucherous, orgiastic, ugly people in their heart and soul. But God loves these people. And am I capable of following, like Christ, with faith, to love them as such? And Alyosha, despite having a bit of a fall, recognizes how powerful it is to have that faith in others and to love them.
I was thinking of what... And it's almost kind of a cop-out, because this book has many themes, but I was trying to think, what is the central theme of this book? And it's difficult because it's long, first of all, and then also it's just very deep. And at first I thought it was, how would people act if God did not exist? And you kind of set me on a different path on our first conversation, and I kind of dropped that idea whole cloth. Now I think it is, how do men live with the hand that they're dealt? And it's very much an exploration through the lives of these brothers. Like, how do they cope with the fact that, their father's like kind of a scumbag? Well, not kind of. He is a massive scumbag. And they all have different answers for that.
Absolutely. And to me, that's one of the biggest through lines that I think you see with any family drama or with any story. I mean, this is a very cheesy reference, and I feel like I'm insulting the work by making this reference. But in the original 2004 National Treasure, I know,
Love
I'm being
it.
terrible.
I love it.
Love it. It's great. Anyways, it's that old like weird civic nationalism that makes you just love America. It's like so cheesy, it's good. But he says this thing like his main character, the Nick Cage, like points to his dad. He's like, "Isn't that just the story of our family line? Sons who disappoint their fathers." But I mean, what that is in the context of this book, it's that what do you do when you have nothing? And the one thing that you have that's family, your father, is absent and fallen and broken and has made a bastard out of his own life and soul.
A father who disappoints his sons.
A father who disappoints his sons. And how do you react to that? And we see how those four sons react to that. Patricide, an abandonment of the family in order to deny himself and take up Christ and follow him, to maybe redeem his brothers and his father. A son that hates his dad, but also is very much like him, the eldest. And then the middle child, of course, who knows nothing of him, but has the most, intellectual dominance over him, and to a point where even the father fears his middle child above all things and is deeply afraid of him. And so, yeah, all four of these sons are examples of how you respond to no mother, no family, no really thorough moral upbringing, and a disappointment of a father that is sort of the talk and disgrace of the town. And how do you deal with that? And that's a big through line with that. And, of course, we are told and commanded to honor thy father and mother. And, of course, that's also another big through line out of all four of them. This is, do you honor thy father and mother even when they are undeserving of it?
There's one scene with Alyosha, because he also suffers from epilepsy, I believe, right? Alyosha also has epilepsy, if I remember correctly.
I don't think I'd have to double check, but no, I don't think he does.
I'm kind of going through a read through this, and it's been a while since the first time. But I thought that Alyosha also had. Anyway.
The real Alyosha had epilepsy.
That's it. Yes.
I feel like we'll take a hard pause real quick. Dostoevsky had epilepsy. Dostoevsky also had a son named Alexei Alyosha, and the real Alyosha in real life died of epilepsy at 3 years old. And this is where, in times of grieving, the real life Dostoevsky, the real Fyodor, goes off on pilgrimage. He goes to the Plishtian Optina monastery, and he meets Saint Ambrose of Optina, who was alive at the time, obviously. And some of the phrases that we see in the chapter about Elder Zosima and the women that he prays to and blesses and talks to are based off of his encounters with Elder Ambrose of Optina about the loss of his son. And of course, Fyodor Dostoevsky only met Elder Optima 3 times, once in a group, twice in private. And they had some exchange of words and letters and such, but not much outside of that. And there's actually a lot of literature and a lot of debate over who on earth is Elder Zosima based off of. Because some would say it is just based off of St. Ambrose. And then there are a lot of scholars and spiritual children of St. Ambrose after this book is published that is like, this is an insult to everything that, Elder Ambrose, St. Ambrose had ever had said. And there's a great article about this by Sergei Belov that's called "The Image of Elder Ambrose of Optina" in Dostoevsky's Elder Zosima. And if you'll, pardon me for going into this, I feel like it's important because there's a 2-volume encyclopedia called Dostoevsky and His Circles, which a friend of mine has a translated copy of and is reading, and I want to get a hold of it when we talk about this book again. But So to keep in mind, real quick, we should probably just simply say and ask the question: who on earth is Elder Ambrose of Optina, or Saint Ambrose of Optina? He was born in 1812, died in 1891. He was a Hieroschema monk in the Optina monastery and canonized in 1988 in the Russian Orthodox Church. And like many of the Optina elders, a great writer to lay people as well as to monastics. There's a lot of great things he and countless others have said. There's a prayer of the Optina elders that has this great line that says, order my life in the firm conviction that all eventualities fulfill thy holy will. And there's a lot to sort of discuss there, but he was also where to go. But I mean, he's very sociable, very stoic in his discipline. He was a tonsured monk. He was named after Saint Ambrose of Milan. He was someone that could speak to lay people on several issues, especially on the issue of encountering the West, about Orthodox people who marry, say, Roman Catholics, how to respond to people who are promoting Lutheranism or Papism in Russia, and the need for the old traditions. But at the same time, he was a man that he says things like, from kindness people see things differently, and he prayed, of course, for Fyodor Dostoevsky and his grieving wife and their child. However, there are plenty of people that would say Elder Zosima is nothing like anything else. That in Optina, they do not recognize the Brothers Karamazov as a correct Orthodox teaching, and Elder Zosima does not resemble Elder Ambrose at all, neither in teaching nor in character. Dostoevsky only described his outward appearance and made him say what he would never say, and not in the style that Ambrose would express himself. Father Ambrose has first of all church mysticism, and only then applied morals. Father Zosima, who through the lips of Mr. Dostoevsky, first moral above all is love, and so on. His mysticism is very weak, and this comes from a cutting review of Zosima by individuals like philosopher Vladimir Rosanov in 1891, and Leonov. What's the word? How do I pronounce this name? Leontiev, who was a great, who was a writer and knew Elder Ambrose at this time as well. And it's just a very complicated relationship. Konstantin Leontiev, in citing a letter from other writers, that maybe he's not so much like Elder Ambrose, but this is the monk that he knew. He's also kind of like Saint Tikhon of Zdansk, which is, of course, a much older saint from the 18th century. And then, of course, you have this more Byzantine trend that helps, bring about more religiosity and Christianity into it. Saint Nilus of Sora, Saint Seraphim of Sarov, and so on. But at the end of the day, you have a world in which Dostoevsky's Christianity still believes in Christ, the God-man, perfect God, perfect man, in perfect hypostases with these natures. And yet, at the same time, Dostoevsky's writings are a reflection, of course, of his own pursuit of redemption. And so we have real saints and real elders that Dostoevsky knew in real life, but this is all sort of a backdrop in understanding the Orthodox sort of monastic understanding of the world. So when you hear in the opening chapters about Orthodox eldership, this is also partially spawned on by the writings of Saint Simeon, the New Theologian, who died 1,003 years ago. So the Orthodox Church has three theologians: Saint John the Evangelist and theologian, as he's called; Saint Gregory the Theologian, who was in the 5th century, 6th century, if I remember correctly; and then Saint Simeon, who died or reposed in the year 1020. And the third one is the one who emphasizes the need of a spiritual father and a spiritual elder, and to obey. And this sort of emerges as a very hardcore monastic tradition that really it is the elder that has control over you and to obey. Even if the elder's a cruddy elder, in your opinion, you still are under these commands and orders to obey them. And so Elder Zosima, or Elder Zosima, depending on how you pronounce it, is sort of Dostoevsky's impression of what a spiritual elder in the monastic Orthodox tradition looks like. And he is the man that loves Alyosha, and he is the man that Alyosha wishes to embody. And so many in the monastery, and so many in the town, and so many pilgrims think he will one day be a saint, or even call him a saint, but they would never say it out loud. And in fact, you really can't. There are a lot of Orthodox saints in the past that say you really shouldn't ever call someone a saint in real before they're dead. Heaven forbid, because that may condemn them. And that's a very terrible thing to do, is to condemn another man by your own inaction of false praise and humility.
So you mentioned a lot there, and
I did. I'm so sorry.
No. I guess the question that immediately pops into my mind is what is your relationship with this novel now that you are an Orthodox Christian?
Oh man. I guess that's such a loaded question.
Well, I'm just wondering, and maybe
so,
not your relationship.
Let me take it further back, because I first read this book my freshman year of college for an English class, because I have 2 liberal arts degrees, and I can tell you everything not to do with your life, and that's, for starters, don't get 2 liberal arts degrees. But I took an English class as an easy blow-off class, and we were forced to write about the Brothers Karamazov. And at this time, I would have been an edgy, libertarian, teenage fuckboy, and I slept around, drank around, smoked around, and had a great time. But I never fully denied God. I grew up Protestant in name only, a Christmas and Easter type of Protestant, who with military chapel services that were basically glorified Baptist services, or you had the Novus Ordo Catholic Mass. You didn't really have a lot of choice, and it was a sort of Christianity that I didn't really understand, and I didn't feel anything toward it. And when I visited my grandmother's Southern Baptist church and listening to a obese pastor named Ishmael tell me that I need to pray for the Supreme Court to never let gay marriage happen, it's sort of this more like modal, like socially progressive libertarian type. You're like, yeah, whatever, this sounds kind of stupid. And maybe the GOP would win elections if it dropped the Jesus bit and focused on economic issues, sort of like that Ron Paul libertarian type of.
We need you to drop the abortion issue so that you can save us from these communists. I think
basically
was a tweet the other day, right?
Stuff like that. And I am ashamed to admit that I was once such cringe. But anyways, but that book always kept me from denouncing God entirely. I could never. I could read this book and I could understand that there is faith in the world, even if I don't understand it, and it's not my place to judge it. I think it was meant to be more of a private thing. And so I guess to speed up to maybe 2020, I moved to the middle of nowhere. I live in BFE, back where my family lives, and I had to deal with COVID in the world, but I also had to deal with kidney failure due to a birth defect that finally came and rang its punched its dance card for me. And I thought, well, I should really get right with my creator. And one of the things that they had to do was we tried doing something called peritoneal dialysis, which allows you to do it at home. And you basically fill the cavity where all your organs sit and float around in with a giant sugar water solution to suck all the gunk out and then to drain it so you can do dialysis at home while you sleep and to live a quasi-normal life. Well, the first time we tried doing that, I had a post-op infection that almost killed me. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
That's rough.
And the guy next to me, opposite hospital room, social distancing and all that shit, he was an Orthodox Christian. And you could tell because a priest would visit very often. And you kind of know what an Orthodox priest looks like, even if you're not familiar with Christianity, because there's only like one branch of Christianity that has black cassocks, bearded priests cross on the chest. And that's really them. And so, I was curious, and I asked questions. I had friends who had converted to Orthodoxy in real life, but I was like, well, let me try all other branches of Christianity first before I go there. But lo and behold, I found my way into the church, and I never looked back. I never went to another service after really going. And uh, I'm part of it in a very active way. I sing in my church's choir. I take care of some of the older people in my church. I'm helping them move on tomorrow on Saturday morning, and I am an iconography student. So I mean, Christianity is at the forefront of my entire life. And so now, saying I wanted to discuss this book now and rereading it and re-listening to it and listening to other people talk about it, I have a deeper appreciation for it now. And again, this is what makes translating this book so difficult. And that's why I chuckled, rereading it and re-listening to it these last couple of weeks. Like I mentioned earlier, oh, now dismiss thy servant, so mass. I sing that every Saturday. I sing that every great Vesper service in the evenings. And you say that with all of your prayers. Now dost thou dismiss thy servant, O Master. But you see a kind of Christianity that, like I said earlier, doesn't experience the Renaissance. It doesn't experience the Reformation in such a way outside of some very deleterious encounters with the Calvinists, and of course you have the whole Unionate thing. But to me now, looking at this book, for me it's a very powerful understanding of redemption. For instance, when people are ill, and you go to like a holy unction service where you're anointed with oil and prayers are said for you to heal, I've witnessed several of those, and there's something in there where all things that we endure are meant for our salvation. All of our suffering, all of our trials, all of our tribulations can be moments that are for our salvation. All things good and useful for our souls. Let us ask of the Lord. And that sometimes can be bad things. And as this book indicates, for the Russian peasant and for any Christian, this is not easy. Nowhere in the gospel does Christ tell you you're going to have a good life if you follow me. We ask for a Christian into our life, peaceful, painless and unashamed, but it doesn't mean it's going to be painless. Doesn't mean it's not going to be a life without suffering. And so to read it now as an Orthodox Christian, I have a better understanding of the church. I have a better understanding of how bad these translations can be. I have a better understanding of how important it is and why, the biggest and unforgivable sin that God tells us is the denial of the Holy Spirit, which is in all of us and that is sealed in us upon baptism and chrismation. And so to read it, you understand, one, the struggles that Dostoevsky went through, two, struggling to understand the loss of his own children, and three, to understand the absolute evil that was surrounding him. The stories that Ivan in this book tells, not just the Grand Inquisitor, but the stories of the little girl that is beaten and abused by her parents. All these stories that Ivan is citing are stories that Dostoevsky read in his local paper, and the depravity of the world around him. And Alyosha, being of course our protagonist, and in the author's words, is sort of the understanding that even if you don't have a way to express your answers, you aren't to judge or to condemn. That's up to God. But you are to endure in the firm faith and hope and conviction of the resurrection of our Lord. And so, what does Alyosha do when he's pressed with these things? Like, for instance, with the Grand Inquisitor prose story that Ivan tells him. Well, how does he answer? He gives him a kiss. In the way that we're supposed to, as St. Paul tells us, to greet each other with the holy kiss. And I don't know. There's so much there to ramble on about. But this text for me is the book that kept me from being an atheist, and it's a book that I only appreciate that much more as a convert to the church.
You and I have very similar conversion stories, and I think that's there's a different. Now, I'm not Orthodox. I'm just kind of vaguely non-denominational Christian. I don't know if I'll stay there. I don't know what plans God has for me. All I know is that I'm seeking Him, whereas for a long time I did not. And I definitely I strayed and I sinned, and I mean I still sin, but now I recognize it as such, and I beg for forgiveness. And I wonder, because I've met a lot, especially through my church. I've met a lot of people who have been going to church their entire lives. They believe that they have been Christian their entire lives, and there's something different about people who come to the faith later. There is a zealotry there that is not in these sort of cradle Christians. Because I mean, I was raised Catholic, but like I don't even think we went on Easter and Christmas.
Yeah.
Like I did catechism, and I did confirmation. I was baptized. I did everything up until I did most of the seven sacraments. Just growing up in my parish, but I didn't I didn't live my faith. And honestly, how can a child live their faith more so than an adult? When it really counted for me, I did not live my faith, and I refound it later on. And I think one of the things that Dostoevsky is talking about in this book, even through the character of Alyosha, who's sort of like this kind of pure being, although very naive, you can't have answers to these horrible problems in the world unless you've kind of experienced them yourself. You know, Alyosha doesn't have a good answer for his brother's questions because Alyosha doesn't know anything.
He doesn't, and I mean that we were talking about this before the air, over the phone, because you and I are good friends outside of just doing stuff on Twitter together or podcasting. But uh, to me, I always thought that, again, back to the story of fatherhood, Alyosha is the least worldly, and Alyosha is kind of with that cradled, pure in heart innocence, has no idea. I mean, he's not God, right? He's not the actual Christ who does know everything and is omnipresent and is both God and man. But he is man who is seeking to be Christ-like and to seek theosis and to seek sort of his own deification, and in that kind of orthodox understanding of trying to understand and be in communion with God in the highest form possible, and for God to reveal things unto you. But because he's so clueless, he is the child in which, how does the innocent and pure in heart respond to depravity? And again, Alyosha over and over again, despite falling and breaking from fasts and breaking from, because it's during the Lenten season, in this book. And so to drink and to eat things that he's not supposed to and all that, uh, even then still he recognizes the importance of these rules, because the moment we fall and we sin, what are we supposed to do? Well, we're supposed to be repentant, and we're supposed to get back up and do it again. And then the question gets asked, well, what happens when you sin again? Well, you get back up, you repent, you do it again, and you do that for the rest of your life. However long that may be. Again, a very tall order. And Alyosha, being without a father, being without a mother, without that, besides that memory, and having the closest thing he has to a father, his own spiritual father, command him to exit the cloistered, sheltered world of the monastery and instead be out to save sinners. Um, I won't say the whole prayer, but there's this bit right before communion in the liturgy where you say, I believe that thou art truly the Christ, the Son of the living God, who has come into this world to save sinners, among who I am the first. And we all say this together. But what is Alyosha commanded to do? To go into this world and save others. Acquire that peaceful spirit, and thousands around you will be saved. So you see that Saint Seraphim, you see that Saint Tikhon in him, be illustrated to be a shining light to the rest of the people. That, there are holy people who are married, and there are holy people that aren't monastics cloistered away. But I think because we live in the world, we idealize the monk that gives up the world to save himself, when we fail sometimes to recognize the family man, or the man who's always there for you, who he's willing to make the time to love and to listen and to hear you out. and those are holy people. And even the monks will tell you that, listen, there's a great story of a Byzantine monk, and also a priest who I'm going to not remember the story or his name, excuse me, but he's like, well, he cries out. He's like, well, how do I be more humble? How can I be more holy? I'm a monk. I'm a priest. I do everything that I can. I'm a bishop. I got all this going. And an angel of the Lord tells him, go to the shoemaker in Constantinople and you'll figure it out. And so he goes to the shoemaker and he goes to him and he's just like, well, you're holy. What are you supposed to do? He's like, you do not understand. Tell me how you live your life. What do you do? What do you pray? He's like, I need to do it. And he's like, the shoemaker's obviously like, what, dude, what is this about? And he's just like, I was told by an angel to come and speak to you. And so the shoemaker just answers. He says, I get out of bed. I do my prayers. I work for others. I give to the poor. And I pray as much as I can. And I still serve. And I love God. And I look at everyone around me. And I realize that I am the lowest sinner of them all. And the saint realizes that that's what it is. It's humility, that we don't have it. And we can find humility in the real world. And Alyosha and his plot and his heroism of this story is to go out into the world and see evil and to hear of depravity and to hear of man's fallen nature and to still love mankind. And that's what makes Alyosha the hero of the story in the Christian sense, that while he is no Christ figure, he is the spiritual father that we all need to go out into this world and to see the worst of it and to live with the worst of it and to still love the world just as God loved it and still does.
We're coming very close to time. I think we're almost at 2 hours, and we're definitely going to need to do a part 2. We've vaguely covered Elder Zosima.
I feel so bad. We haven't covered anything.
I know we've introduced our characters and we've gone on a few tangents, and I knew this was going to be an episode that we talk about God. I was prepared for that. So anybody who's not prepared for that, God is all over this book. So I think there was this article that I read that said that translating this without God is like translating, or it's like reading Milton and not realizing he was a Christian. The Lord is imbued on every page of this novel. That said, I'm not going to apologize for professing my faith, but I definitely understand if people are confused that this is supposed to be a literature podcast and we went down a few different rabbit holes. Any thoughts about Elder Zosima? Because I think we're going to talk about him and then we'll probably close out.
Sure. Well, of course, there's always the question of who Elder Zosima is based off of, which we talked a little bit about that. I will link an article to you to hopefully put in the description for people to read so to understand a little more about the St. Ambrose, Fyodor Dostoevsky, connection there, because it is very important. But, Elder Zosima, of course, is this great neutral benefactor that everyone's supposed to go and deal with. And he is, out there to deal with his enlightened friends and so on and so forth. And but Elder Zosima is this hermit. He's this great holy man that everyone thinks is a saint, and we're introduced with him as the local, holy man, and he's the guy that's going to settle these issues, and he's going to try and settle the problems about fishing rights from Fyodor Pavlovich's liberal enlightened friend, but also to help him settle the issues with his son Dmitry and Fyodor. And of course, Elder Zosima is like he's got prophetic and healing abilities. He's got admiration. A lot of the monks are jealous of him. And Zosima offers throughout the book, up until his death, these sort of he is the refutation of the atheistic life, and also to understand, what is the role of these people in the role of priest and physician, because of course, the church is a hospital, but also that people come to him to be blessed, and we see these kind of lives, how to respond to instance, how to respond to Ivan's or Vanya's complaints about the Christian church, how to be dealing with the ecclesiastical courts and things like that. And he responds, of course, to the sake of Christianity with respects to the world we know, that can be awful and ugly. But he is the positive Christian social ideal. He is the person who you should go towards, that to have your answers, and he's the living embodiment that will be passed on to Alyosha. He is the prototype that which Alyosha will become, and that we hope for. The best example of who he is his prayers to the woman who had lost her son, and this is again based off of the real life loss that Dostoevsky encountered with his real life son Alyosha that he had met. But Elder Zosima, prays for her, but also tells others to not be so sinful and to not, attribute things to me that I have not done. There's some humility in him. And anytime Elder Zosima opens his mouth, you're going to get some kind of positive Christian understanding of the world and the defiant answer to atheism and how to best live your life, even if you don't agree with him, or you think that he's just there as the spiritual elder in sort of that Joseph Campbell hero of a thousand faces type deal. He is he is a man, of course, which, why does he love Alyosha? Because he reminds him of his brother. And we'll probably get into that when we do a part 2, because this is about brothers, and this is about fathers and our relationship to family, really, at the end of the day, and how to hold on to God. Because I think the thing that really sticks out is that, Elder Zosima sees in Alyosha his brother that he loves quite deeply. And Alyosha still loves his brothers despite everything that takes place. And you and I both have brothers in real life, if I remember correctly with you.
Mm-hmm.
And, even I have an Ivan-like character in one of my brothers. But I'm not Alyosha in any stretch of the imagination. I'm more like Dmitri, who will hopefully get to redeem himself in one point in time in his life. But this book also hits harder with me, especially because of my relationship to my brothers that I have 2 of. And Elder Zosima offers an example of how to act around them and how to love one another, even in the midst of hysteria, poverty, loss, and even when we don't want to love our brother. Because as Christ tells us in his sermons, if you have an issue with your brother, leave your offering at the temple and then go back and make up as quickly as possible. And we learn in this book, and we learn in real life, sometimes that's really hard to do. And
there's also the line, like, who can say that he loves God who he cannot see, but then hate his brother who he can see?
Yeah,
he's a liar.
Yeah, any man who says he loves God but hates his brother is a liar. And that's definitely very true here in this respect. And Elder Zosima is the firm reminder of the Christian church and the Orthodox sense of the of the Christian world, what a positive saintly man is supposed to look like, and that has its own bad literal can of worms when it comes to his death. But it does illustrate, I think, some of it reiterates the need for faith. Blessed are those that do not see but believe. And even though he dies and has a putrid, rotting, rapidly decomposing corpse that everyone was hoping was going to be incorrupt and holy and proof that he was a saint, the question still becomes: did you need the incorrupt corpse to know that this man was holy? and that the things that he was telling you were Christian and true. And that, again, faith is the big theme out of all of these things that we've talked about today that we've only scratched the surface of. And that's quite simple when looking at Elder Zosima and the monks and Christianity in the Russian world at this time, because yeah, there's revolution, there's atheism, there's patricide, there's this desire to murder and kill and to rebel. But at the end of the day, if your faith is strong, not only can it move mountains, but it can save thousands around you. And Elder Zosima is the embodiment of that, even when so many people are disillusioned by his death and his corruption of his body, that he is the answer to Ivan, that in a nationalistic sort of sense, the Christian identity of the Russian people still has the perennial answers that these atheists are struggling with and still struggle with to this day. And I'll leave it at that.
I think that's a great place to leave it. We will pick up next time with the second half of the book. And to people who haven't read this, they're going to think, well, I mean, they didn't talk about the book at all. Let me tell you, we did. This book is a character study. The plot of which, I mean, I think we've hit on most of the plot points, but the plot is almost irrelevant to the real meaning of the book. And if you haven't read this book yet, I cannot recommend it more. But not enough words, and I'll only fumble through it. Mr. Prudentialist, I'm going to give you the last word. Would you like to plug yourself?
Well, Mr. Hudson and all of you who work at the Double Dealer magazine, I wish you all the best of luck in your endeavors in reviving the magazine and trying to bring about a new literary tradition in a very, it's Lindy Man might say, a very stuck culture. And so I wish you the best of luck, and I will pray in those endeavors for y'all. But as for me, I am your friendly neighborhood amphibian. I cover internet culture, I cover politics, international relations, and more. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, Telegram, Twitter, all sorts of stuff at findmyfriends.net/theprudentialist. And this has been a really fun 2 hours. And I look forward to covering the plot in the book more in full next time.
For the Double Dealer magazine, this is T.R. Hudson, the end of Cannon Fodder, Episode 1. Welcome back to Cannon Fodder. This is Episode 2, The Brothers Karamazov, Part 2, with the Prudentialist. How are you doing, Mr. Prudentialist?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on again.
And thank you for coming back. We had a really successful first show, over 500 listens on our small Substack, and definitely the subject matter had a lot to do with it, but also your niche internet celebrity had a lot to do with it as well, so I appreciate you coming back.
Oh, anytime. Absolutely. It was a great pleasure to talk for 2 hours about it, so I'm happy to continue the conversation.
Well, let's see if we can go for 2 more, and then however long after we have to go for, if we don't cover it all today. So, last time we spoke a lot about the characters, the principal characters, the actual brothers Karamazov and their father, Fyodor. Let's start, because originally we were going to cover the first half of the book, and then this would be the second half, but we neglected the Grand Inquisitor. And that was partially on purpose, because, you know, it's probably the thing that the book is most known for. I don't really have a whole lot to add to the discourse about it, so it's kind of like, it wasn't an oversight on my part, but it is important that we do talk about it, so I wanted to get your thoughts on the Grand Inquisitor and maybe the events leading up to that speech by Ivan, or I think he calls it a poem, right? He calls it a
poem.
Yeah. So his Grand Inquisitor poem, and what it means, and what you think it means, and, you know, we'll go from there.
Well, I think you have to go a little earlier, prior to I think it's book 5, Pro and Contra. You have to really start earlier before you can really get into setting the scene for the Grand Inquisitor discussion itself. And I know everyone and their mother who's talked about this book always likes to fixate on the Grand Inquisitor, and I feel as if they neglect what I would argue is the stronger argument from Ivan than it is the Grand Inquisitor. Because, I mean, depending on your view of, say, Roman Catholicism, you could argue that the Grand Inquisitor is like the greatest indictment of the Roman Church written by a Russian. But let's go back a little earlier. So we're in book 5, Pro and Contra, and this is after, of course, we have a scene with the money and trying to make amends for his older brother Dimitri's affairs with an officer that he assaulted, which of course did not go well. But later, of course, we have Ivan and Alyosha at a restaurant, and they're discussing over things, their brother and their family, and it's there for an escapism. And of course, we have to look at these two men. They're staunch opposites in this respect, and this is where all great conflict, moral, philosophical, political, physical, can come from, are these two forces. And Ivan and Alyosha begin discussing the existence of God, the faith, and the immortality of the soul. And of course, Ivan is an atheist, at least in the sense that he has rejected God, although his heart hasn't. He can't accept what God has done for the world or God's creation. And in this back and forth between these characters, we are exposed to a series of just concerns over suffering. And of course, at this point in time, Ivan begins to tell stories that Fyodor Dostoevsky had clipped from various newspapers in his area and in his life of the most heinous criminal things, and especially suffering towards children that you could imagine. And so Ivan is pressing these dilemmas, and he's just like, why are these children suffering like Job in the Bible? Like, these are innocents, they've never done anything. He cannot believe that a loving God, as many Christians would look at God, long-suffering, great in mercy and goodness of heart, who loveth the righteous and such, and has mercy on sinners. All of a sudden, you're being posed very seriously I guess the perennial question: if God real, why bad thing happen? But the prose in which Ivan is given from Dostoevsky's pen, I think, is arguably the strongest, because most people can make a case, and I've heard, I think we've grown up in the new atheist age, and even now where apologetics are still popular, that the historical Jesus is not the Jesus of Christianity, or that, maybe there's a creator, but we abstract it to such a degree that you get like moral therapeutic deism, or you get the more radical scientific materialist understanding that there is it's a simulation and there's a creator or a computer program or something like that. And it's always a disaster, I think, in its argumentation, because you're just trying to run away and put distance between you and the creator.
Whereas you're trying to invent God with extra steps.
Exactly. You're just coming to God with extra steps. Perfect. And whereas Ivan basically says, look, if God does exist, he's not good, but he also does nothing to alleviate suffering. And so he just watches idly by. And Ivan, famously says, if that is what's necessary to achieve salvation, I reject it. He is outright rejecting sort of the world that we've created. He says, mankind shouldn't endure injustice and misery for no reason. Why should these children that have been stuck, frozen in an outhouse and beaten with no coats, covered in feces, why should they? And so it's not that it doesn't matter if God exists or not. It's whether or not you want to, quote unquote, play God's game. And to me, and as Dostoevsky has said in his own work prior to his death, he's the strongest atheist, I think, ever. And some would say he's not an atheist because he doesn't reject the notion of God's existence. But I think he's an atheist in the sense that he is a man with no faith. And he is a man that sees the ugly world, and he presents himself like Job's friends. or even Job's wife. Why don't you just curse God and die? You know, how do you dare endure this system? And God himself must be a heartless tyrant. And it even relates it back to their father, you know, just how can you say God exists when we are the spawn of someone who is so usurious, licentious, a sensualist, a man who hates his wives and acts like the town jester, but is rich and wealthy, and he is by no means a good man, and yet here you are proclaiming faith in the Lord. Well, what's the point? And to me, that is always the... Everyone loves to talk about the Grand Inquisitor, but I think that they're missing the better case for why people lose their faith, or why... I suppose the point of religion. And I mean, for those who are maybe more low church or just focus on the spiritual but not religious, which are very Western terms, you know, well, we're spiritual, we have faith. And this is something even my mother has told me. She says, well, I have faith, you have religion. And I've always found that to be a very strange dichotomy, because to me, I've always viewed religion, you can't have religion without faith. Whereas in this instance, you know, Yvonne is saying, and later as we get to the Grand Inquisitor, that we have, you know, why have faith in a system that is meant to only maximize human suffering with no comeuppance or punishment for the righteous, outside of the belief that at the end of it all we will be judged and be awarded according to our deeds? But that's such a... And, you know, for us who think in earthly or more material terms, that's such bullshit. Why bother? And again, I do think that it's this conversation between Yvonne and Alyosha that is the most poignant question of faith in God, more than the Grand Inquisitor, which tells, I think, a more lovely story about what, you know, in this instance, you know, the Inquisition and Roman Catholicism in the 16th century. I mean, everyone's told, I think, even today, there's been Netflix series about, like, what if Jesus comes back or whatever, and he's some, like, and then there's always the progressive notion, oh, he's just some, like, brown guy living in, like, Syria or whatever. But it does, all those stories, again and again, are just the Grand Inquisitor for the modern senses. And I guess that's a good way to transition into that text itself. But I've been rambling for too long. By all means, stop me if necessary.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
So it's interesting, and apologies out there, lost a little bit of internet connection, so if this is choppy and in the re-listening later, my apologies. But it's interesting that this conversation, and these conversations, because there's one later with the Grand Inquisitor, are between Alyosha and Yvonne, who are the only whole brothers in the story. Dmitri is from a previous marriage. Smerdyakov is born out of wedlock. And Yvonne's character is very much... he is one who has suffered his entire life. Whether it's not losing his mother at a young age, or being shipped off to relatives that he knows don't care for him. And I don't like to go into counterfactuals with literature or history, because they're kind of bunk, but this, I have in my mind this, well, what if he was raised by a mother kind of thing? Like, what if he got to have a somewhat normal childhood? Because, you know, as a Karamazov, he's not going to get the ideal upbringing, but he certainly could have gotten something better if if his mother didn't die so young. And I think, and Dreyfus talks about this in his lecture series. He's a philosopher, and he uses the Brothers Karamazov as a tool of philosophy, especially Yvonne. But Dostoevsky chooses Yvonne to make all these arguments that he himself is wrestling with. And I know that we talked about last time that Dostoevsky kind of regretted making Yvonne, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on all of that.
Well, this is an important thing to consider in the backdrop of Dostoevsky, that, there have been several people who had questioned when Dostoevsky was alive, who were you to speak for the entirety of the Russian people? And he had famously lifted up his pant legs to show the scars of his ankles from his time in prison in a work camp for being a French utopian sort of socialist revolutionary before really socialism as we know it comes to be. And in that time, of course, finds God and wishes not to lose that faith at all. But I mean, he has his whole life in his past that he struggles with in his writings. I mean, this is the fourth novel of his that is sort of a murder whodunit moral philosophy novel, and of course this just dripping with Russian orthodoxy of the time. And I think that you see him struggling with his own past throughout this book. Out of all of the texts that he has written, these revolutionary causes and the indignation of how he was raised, or falling into the follies of our youth. St. Ambrose of Milan had discussed this, that men, when coming to God, it really does depend on how they were raised. Were you raised with youthful innocence and a zeal for God that had never strayed? And that man will always be joyful in his salvation and look towards the mercy and the goodness of God. Whereas those that were younger and debaucherous in their youth will be more inclined to focus more on repentance and the darkness and the gloominess that oftentimes gets associated with early Christianity. And, it makes people, and I've had people joke with it, it's just like, well, why are so many people who convert to high church traditions, Anglicans, Catholicism, Orthodoxy, they seem all so depressed? And I'm like, well, that's a fair question, I suppose. And I do, again, think it goes back to the struggles that one has in their youth. If you're a debaucherous and lecherous young man, then coming to God is more of I have so much to repent for and to make up for, and it's a very heavy burden. And
we know what we deserve.
We know what we deserve, exactly. Whereas those that never strayed, they're less likely to focus on those things. And Dostoevsky, by all means, is a man well aware of what he has done, and we see him, confess his passions throughout these novels. Especially in Crime and Punishment, and his looks on the good people, such as in The Idiot. But in this one, I think is his most personal. And I think this is also in part because I think Dostoevsky knows that his own end is near. I think people get a semblance and sense of when their death is coming.
I think it's a matter of months, right, after the release of the book that he passes away.
Passes away in 1981, yeah. And so, yeah, I think this was just really a very full-throated confession of what he's struggling with. And, I mean, that does bring us into sort of the Grand Inquisitor, wherein Ivan, who's already told us that he rejects the sort of standard notions of how the world works under God and salvation, so why bother? And we have to avoid it. And I just reject it. And at this point in time, we're now given, the most well-known and discussed piece of literature he's probably ever written, which is the Grand Inquisitor.
So to set up the Grand Inquisitor, this is another conversation between Ivan and Alyosha, where Ivan is trying to, what he thinks is talk sense to his younger, naive brother. He's trying to dissuade him from his faith. And, Ivan thinks that he's doing this for at least, if not noble reasons, then not pernicious reasons. And he calls it a poem. It is a conversation between the Grand Inquisitor of the Spanish Inquisition in Spain and a reborn Jesus Christ who is on earth, healing the sick, feeding the hungry, tending to the needy, doing all of the things that you would associate with Christ. He's arrested, and the Grand Inquisitor starts to lay into him a little bit. Basically saying that your way doesn't make people happy. In fact, your way leads them to their own doom. If we rule them with an iron fist, then they know
they know where they can cross and where they shouldn't cross, and they can just walk the straight and narrow path by force if necessary, and they'll enjoy it more. Christ, of course, doesn't say anything. In fact, the Grand Inquisitor speaks for Jesus the whole time, which I think is an interesting device that Dostoevsky uses here, and probably good in terms of heresy. You never want to speak for God. But all Jesus does at the end is just kisses the Grand Inquisitor, and the Grand Inquisitor is just forced to let him go. He's so overcome that he's forced to let him go. You did a stream a while ago about Ben-Hur with Geo and someone else. Do you remember this?
Yeah, it was with Furious Pertinax, who's usually on as a regular guest and co-host with Apostolic Majesty, covering history. And Ben-Hur is it's a piece of fiction written by a former American Army officer, Lew Wallace, and it is the only piece of American fiction that I know so far that was blessed by the Pope. A very, America's a Protestant country as it is, has a very interesting relationship to the papacy that even our sort of deist, weird Christian founders who did all the wars against the Barbary pirates and the Ottoman Turks gets a blessing by the Pope very early on in its existence, saying we've done more for Christendom than the Europeans, which is funny considering that most of English churchmen and those in America would have rejected the Pope outright. But
so I only bring that up because
it's one of my favorite. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies.
It's a great film, and the only reason I bring it up is because there's the scene where Charlton Heston, who is playing Ben-Hur, he's dying of thirst, right? And he says, my God, help me." And you don't even see Jesus. You see him give him water. You don't see his face, but you see his hand. You just know, and you see, just by the look on people's faces, you know that you're encountering God. And there's this Roman centurion who's, really, really angry that Ben-Hur is getting water, and he's about to whip Jesus, but all he does is look at him, and suddenly the guilt of all this man's many sins are just on his face, and he can't even look at Jesus because he knows how unworthy he is. And I only bring that up because that's the sort of emotion that I think that the Grand Inquisitor has at the end of this conversation, and that's kind of the point, is that you can rationalize and you can argue against God, against religion as much as you want, but when you come face to face with the divine, there's just nothing you can say or do.
If there is a 1975 film, it's 20 some odd minutes long. You can watch it on YouTube for free. John Gielgud does this for the Open University, and he plays the Grand Inquisitor, and is probably the best performance I've ever seen of the Grand Inquisitor. Then I would recommend people watch. You can watch it for free. It's fantastic. But the prose itself, I mean, this is some of the best written parts of this book by anybody, and by anyone will tell you that this is the best part of the book, which I kind of find funny because I think that there are much better parts in this book. But I suppose it just depends on where you come from. But again, our Grand Inquisitor, the Grand Cardinal himself, a man of 90 years old, who probably would have been more surprised by what would have come had he been a younger man. Perhaps he's delusional, perhaps he is not. And Alyosha, listening to the story, is somewhat naively unsure of himself. What do you mean? Is it an irony thing? Is this a case of mistaken identity? Are you really talking about the Lord himself? But again, we go on and we listen to this cardinal simply say, "We have done the very things that you rejected." And he's referencing Christ's 40 days and nights in the desert, where he is tempted by Satan himself. And of course, feed yourself, turn these rocks into bread, cast yourself upon there, and if you're the Lord, the angels will be there, the world will worship you. And Christ answers, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, away with me, Satan, I'm not going to do these things. Showing his obedience, of course, to God the Father and what is written in the law and in Scripture. But instead, the cardinal answers and says, you have rejected these things, and we, as the Roman Church, have taken up those temptations, and look at how we rule. And you are not needed anymore. The belief in you is not needed anymore. We, as mortal men, have created the institution in your name. Your will be damned. Our will be done, which is in your name. And now they bow down to us. This need for community, they'll fall down before their idols. But now, it doesn't matter if men will not live by bread alone. He'll listen to us, and we can feed them, and we can free them. For you have said man is free by your death and the conquering of hell. And now you are silent. And because you are silent, we, the so-called successors of your church and apostles, will do what you couldn't do, and we'll rule the world. So why would you come back? What's the point? Why now? Why here? Why now, after we've just spent yesterday burning all these heretics in the town square? You laid the foundation, as he says, the destruction of your own kingdom, and no one else should be blamed for it. And yet, is that really what was offered to you? Three powers on earth, capable of eternally vanquishing and ensnaring the conscience of those feeble mutineers, the people for their happiness. Miracle, mystery, and authority. You reject the second and the third, and you gave the lead in doing so. And so, he says that the Roman Church can do those three things. Miracle, mystery, and authority. We don't need you, but we'll do these things in your name. Which, of course, if you know Scripture, and especially if you know anything from the disciples in the Garden of Gethsemane asking, the Mount of Olives, Christ offers these parables about the end and how we're to be judged. And I think really the most terrifying thing in Scripture from Christ's words are when men will be there at the judgment seat of Christ, and they'll say, well, we did these things in your name. We cast out devils in your name. We helped the poor, healed the sick. And Christ will answer, verily, amen, I say to you, I do not know you. Be gone from me. And that is the most terrifying thing, I think, in respects to the judgment that we'll all face at the end of our lives. But in this part, we're given this great Pharisaical hypocrisy of the church, or the Roman Church, to where we don't need you. We have the three things that we need to rule over men: miracle, mystery, and authority. And you may have set it up, but you rejected those things by your death. This very, I think, Western understanding. I mean, this is the thing about how Christianity looks to so many outsiders. I've heard many priests, both Catholic and Orthodox, talk about it. It's just like, it's bizarre, that there's this desire for a political warrior king Messiah from the Pharisees, and then to the Gentiles, it seems bizarre that God himself would be voluntarily taking on the most humiliating form of suffering, which is Roman crucifixion, for the forgiveness of sins and to conquer death. But in this, the Grand Inquisitor simply says, we will do what happened the last time you came here, and we'll do it again and again and again. And of course, this poem ends with Christ just kissing the man. And of course, the conversation ends. And of course, there's some discussions over, the worst parts of Roman Catholicism. Ivan tells Alyosha, the Jesuits, the Inquisitors, their Pope. But really, Ivan just presses him. He says, do you think that this would happen with you? Like, why would you believe? Are you more in the authority of the church or in the authority of God? And Alyosha answers, I think, in really the only way that you could answer, straight in the same way Christ does, and he kisses him. And I can't do it justice, and I know no one really can, despite numerous lectures from much more famous people than ourselves, Hudson, but, I know that we didn't want to talk about it too much, but it is the question that so many of the faithful in the world have, is that, are we prepared if he were to return? That is sort of the thing that we are always supposed to be doing. We look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the age to come. We face towards the east, and we are aware that Christ could come like a thief in the night. and we just never know, which is why the Master wants to see you working, not always arguing when he's going to come back. I've always found the end times prophecy people to be kind of ignoring what Jesus says, but it really is it poses the question to especially church faithful. You just wonder to yourself, would they do it again? Is the institution already corrupted? And what do you do with that in the midst of being told about the greatest mystery of all, which is that the Lord, through his Son, becomes incarnate on earth as man, takes on the form of a servant. And there was no other choice, as prophecy and scripture tells us, that he was going to endure a humiliating death. The Wisdom of Solomon has one of the best Christological prophecies in there, especially in chapter 2. And, church continues, and the church, is it still following what Christ intended? Or is it just rejected it in the sake of those satanic temptations over power and political entities? And it is really one of the best pieces in this entire book. I think that there are other scenes, of course, that mirror this. I think the courtroom scene, of course, with Dmitri is well worth its own courtroom drama in and of itself. I wish more people did acting of, but you can't avoid discussing this book without discussing the Grand Inquisitor, and everyone has their own take on it. I know there's some accepted themes that everyone discusses, but if you are a non-Roman Catholic, and I'm not meant to dissing on this, but I think that you can definitely see the Russian spirituality, the Russian sense of a cocked eyebrow towards the Roman Church in this instance.
So it's interesting. I'm going to keep referencing the Dreyfus talk that I it's a 10-hour lecture on this book, and also because he before this he goes over Kierkegaard, and he talks about how Kierkegaard, he's the Protestant philosopher, and he thinks that Dostoevsky might have been familiar with Kierkegaard, and that Jesus in this poem is a representation of the Protestant Church, where obviously the Inquisitor is the Roman Church, and neither of them have satisfactory answers for what to do with suffering as far as Dostoevsky is concerned. And it's actually Zosima, who is the representative of the Orthodox Church, that Dostoevsky kind of sides with, and is his answer to suffering in the world, where you're doing what you can despite your own imperfection. Any thoughts there?
Well, I always tell people, and I've said this on other streams, but I said if you want to understand sort of the statement of God is dead and we have killed him, I think that there are three men that you have to read in conjunction, in relation to one another, even though they didn't know each other. And that's Dostoevsky, that's Kierkegaard, and that's Nietzsche. You have to read all three of them. Why do we think that God is dead? Why does Nietzsche think that? Why do you think that we have failed in this instance? And I think Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky in their own regions of the world are struggling with a very similar answer in the midst of revolutionary fervor, the destruction of the Ancien regime, the aftermath of the Reformation, and sort of the political precariousness of the Roman Church, and the sort of the question, a lot of people might ask when they look at more Catholic or Orthodox things, is like, well, where's Jesus in this picture? And those are very valid questions. And of course, Kierkegaard, who I have a great love for, he's got quite a few other pieces in his life. He had a pseudonym called Anti-Climacus, which I've always found interesting, because Climacus is, I associate that name with St. John Climacus, or St. John of the Ladder, who is a very famous Orthodox monastic and ascetic and a saint, and he wrote, of course, the Ladder of Divine Ascent, and how we can deny ourselves. It's meant for monks. It's not really meant for us as regular lay people, but still, you know, you see a world where Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky are looking at things like Hans Holbein's The Dead Christ and such, you know. But I mean, I think when you look at, for instance, say, Dostoevsky's answer, the answer becomes it's the will to endure and the will for faith. I mean, I think Orthodoxy puts a specific focus on suffering more than Kierkegaard does, where Kierkegaard is, I think, just intrinsically and innately focused on the question of our existence and our role. You know, or do we have the right to be put to death as Christians for the truth? And I just, in Dostoevsky, in relation to the Grand Inquisitor and all this conversation, I think what you really do get out of it is this: how in the midst of a revolutionary Europe, where men will liberate themselves from God and from power and say that they are free, how does the faith, how does the institution of a church respond to that? And the Grand Inquisitor, I think, and into the perspective at least of the Inquisition and Ivan talking about the Roman Church, I think Dostoevsky is criticizing that the moment you become this focused solely on a temporal entity, not an entity that is eternal, that, you know, the gates of hell will not prevail against, then you lose yourself to the same revolutionary ideals and you are adapting and you lose it out. That in order to placate the people and to rule over the people, regardless of whether they believe or not, you would kill God again, just to maintain that grip on power. And again, I think that you see, and I don't know how much Dostoevsky actually read of Nietzsche or if he was familiar with him, but I think that the spirit of man's role in life when revolution and godlessness is abound, how does one respond to it? I mean, the Grand Inquisitor illustrates maybe what not to do. And and again, it goes back to what Christ says, you know, what shall it profit a man if he is to gain the whole world but lose his soul? And I think the Cardinal, the Grand Inquisitor himself in the story, 90 years old, has already lost his soul, and he's okay with the fact that he's lost his soul, because it means that all that his life's work is meant to maintain those powers of miracle, mystery, and authority, and we'll do what the Jews did, and we'll kill you again if it means to maintain our power.
And we'll save the world, of course.
Of course.
You know, and you want to hear something kind of disturbing?
Yeah.
Most academic scholarship on this poem side with the Grand Inquisitor. And I learned that from Dreyfus, and you know, I definitely have to put a link to this 10-hour talk at the in the show notes, because it's just incredible. And he talks about, or rather, I guess the point there is that, you know, don't believe people who have moral indignation towards the church, because they're going to do the same thing when they have power. They're not these crusaders against the use of power against one's enemies, but rather that they know that they're the enemy and they want that power to use it on you.
Well, let's turn to a section from the Grand Inquisitor for a second, right? You did not come down from the cross when they shouted to you, mocking and teasing you. Come down from the cross, and we will believe that it is you. You did not come down because, again, you did not want to enslave man with a miracle, because you thirsted for a faith that was free, not miraculous. You thirsted for a love that was free, not from the servile ecstasies of the slave before. The might has inspired him with dread once and for all. But even here, you had too high an opinion of human beings, for of course they are slaves, and they are created mutineers. Look around you and judge. Now that 15 centuries have passed, take a glance at them. Which of them have you borne up to yourself? Upon my word, man is created weaker and more base than you supposed. Can he perform the deeds of which you are capable? In respecting him so much, you acted though as you had ceased to have compassion for him, because you demanded too much of him. And yet who was this? The very one you had loved more than yourself, you had respected him less. Had you respected him less, you would have demanded of him less, and that would have been closer to love, for his burden would have been lighter. He is weak and dishonorable. And I always find this part kind of always is interesting to me, because I think for a lot of people it's always the subject of, well, we are free, and it's the question of free will. But then you read the epistles in the Bible, and you'll see Paul or Peter and them, a bond servant of Jesus Christ, and of course, it's
basically a slave. Yeah.
Basically a slave.
Yeah,
and
I think it's in Romans they talk about even predestination, and I don't want to get in too far afield, but just the idea of Calvinist predestination, that maybe free will isn't exactly free. But again, really not here or there. Maybe we can do another talk sometime about the different sects of Christianity.
To quote a friend of mine, Calvinism is my favorite heresy. It's the most interesting. But that's like you said, a desire for another day in that respect. But I think that it is. I consider that the Inquisitor just has such a lowly opinion of man that he rejects the notion that is said by the Lord himself, that through me and with me all things are possible. Ask with faith and prayer, and it shall be received unto you. And if even with the mustard seed of faith you can move a mountain, which we discussed in the section, the first episode where we talked about this, because even Smirnikov is just like, who rejects God outright and is the ultimate sort of sociopath. The logical conclusion of Ivan's ideas and his beliefs that, maybe there are one or two people out there that can move mountains because their faith is so strong. And for those who are of the faithful, we do know that there are countless miracles. I'm not a believer. No one should believe in cessationism. I'd reject that outright. Miracles still happen every day, and with faith that they can be achieved. And whereas here, it's just like, well, man is too lowly and weak and an animal, and he offers this quasi-Machiavellian understanding that he follows his base instincts, and you are asking him to do the impossible. You are asking him to fundamentally change his nature. And what's the point in that? Which, of course, Scripture gives us multiple times in the Old and New Testament. I mean, St. Paul is the best example of this. The Pharisee of Pharisees, the Jews of Jews, changes his life entirely to be a bondservant of Jesus Christ and dies in that faith and firm conviction to finish his race and fight the good fight. Whereas the Grand Inquisitor simply is like, not everyone can do that. Why bother? You think too highly of us, despite the fact that we are made in God's image. And it's a very powerful question and a very powerful set of claims that you are asking us to do too much. You are asking us to do things that are impossible. And some people will look at Scripture and think, though, what a nice story, or what a bunch of BS. But at the end of the day, the Grand Inquisitor, I think, is the ultimate embodiment of, this may work for some people, but it isn't going to work for the masses. So we're just going to do our own thing instead. And we'll just kill you. We don't need you anymore. God is dead. And again, if you are a Christian man, you should read Nietzsche to understand where he's coming from. But you need to read Kierkegaard, and most importantly Dostoevsky, if you want an answer to what these three men were writing about and struggling with in an age of revolution and the post-Christian era that followed the revolutions of America and France. But I'll leave it there. I feel like the Grand Inquisitor is... Everyone talks about it, like you said, everyone reads it, but to me it is... You have to... It's heavy, and with good reason. And Alyosha doesn't know how to respond immediately, so he kisses his brother on the lips, loves him regardless, an overriding act of love and forgiveness. The holy kiss, as we're sort of instructed to offer when we greet people, according to scriptures.
And it actually shocks Ivan at first. Yeah, he's ready for an intellectual debate. Like I was saying, he's ready for even because he knows Alyosha's not an intellectual. He's not even particularly bright, but he's waiting for. It's like showing up to a boxing match and you're fighting Mike Tyson, and he's just waiting to give you a haymaker, and you just hug him, you know. And of course, then he gets his wits about him. Yvonne does, and he says, "Well, you only did that because I said it first." Like he has to he has to reestablish his cynicism right away after the shock wears off.
Of course, this is why famous debates in the past would be like, well, we are at an impasse. We do not agree on these core fundamental things. So the debate really can't pursue any further. Whereas nowadays, people just talk past each other, right? And they're here for their dunks and their parasocial audience fandom, saber rattling. But
in older times, once the debate ended, that's when the war began.
Right, but in this instance, this is the fundamental divide. This is that faith surpasses reason. St. John Chrysostom had said famously that an understood God is no God at all. If we know everything about him, then what is God really? And I think with Yvonne, right, you get this logical, well thought out argumentation about why the church has failed, or why Christ has been ultimately rejected, the mission of God has failed. But with faith, Alyosha kisses him, but Alyosha still holds to his faith, at least during this time. And those are things that logic cannot fully comprehend. And you can
because his faith does waver in the first conversation.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course.
He is
shaken to his core by those stories.
Yvonne asks him, would you consent to the existence, knowing about all this suffering? And Alyosha's like, no. Like it's very clear that he's never even considered the suffering of the world in any real way.
Yeah,
which makes sense for his character too, because he's just the guy who's always provided for. He's the youngest child. He's the baby. People love to take care of him.
He's never been Dostoevsky, the narrator, flat out says, you could drop him in a city of 1 million people and you would never have to worry about him being robbed or homeless. He would have been taken care of. And he's only experienced, he's only seen the good in the world.
I'm reading Hunger by Newt Hampson right now for this podcast, where I'm going to talk about it with Jay Burton.
All right.
And I'm just thinking about how it would be a much different book if it was Alyosha, who was the starving artist in what is now Oslo, which was Christiana, I think was the name of the city at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just interesting
because he's never experienced suffering. He's been taken care of. He has a faint memory, of course, of his mother, which still affects him. He's a very innocent young man, a sensitive young man, you might say, but with a deeply held faith that has never met contact with the enemy. And this is Yvonne giving him that first contact. Like, here is real human suffering. Tell me, innocent and student of this wise elder whom some call a saint, why bother? What are you doing? And he is speechless and he doesn't know what to do. And but I feel like for many Christians that still is the case, especially in America. We live still for now in relatively good times. I mean, yes, things are really bad, but I mean, we don't see those things on a day-to-day basis. I mean, we can with Twitter, and our faith can definitely be shaken, but Alyosha at this time, he has no contact with a world that really makes you wonder, well, why, if God real, why bad thing happened? And if you don't have faith, or if it's been shaken, that question's incredibly powerful. I know a lot of, theists or believers will make it a mocking question. But if you don't have faith, or if you don't have an answer to that question, it's a very compelling one. And this is Alyosha's first real hit with the cold water of reality, where it isn't a nice world. And this is the jagged. I mean, he's the middle child, but I mean, it's the jagged and jaded middle child who has had no reason to see good in the world. See the younger, innocent beauty of his younger brother, and why bother?
And that's another thing too, is because I mentioned before that Ivan at least thinks that he's doing his brother a favor, right? But he's essentially trying to destroy something beautiful. One, because he doesn't understand it, and two, because he hates it. And he might say that he's trying to educate him, or he's trying to, and maybe in some ways he's hoping that Alyosha has a satisfactory answer for him, which I think is borne out with the kiss at the end, because he's actually surprised, and he lets his guard down even for a moment, and there is maybe a spark of the divine there in Ivan, but he's essentially trying to kill his brother's faith, if only because he doesn't have it himself.
And I mean, that's sort of this is why when this sort of poem ends, Alyosha just is so incredibly heartbroken. He just says, "You don't believe in God." And even if he doesn't have a voice, I know actors and things like that, extreme sorrow. And I mean, the English translation, I'm sure, butchers what might be the Russian word for that. And it's just, he's so sad to hear this story be played out along with these conversations, to know that his brother doesn't have faith, and Alyosha's just broken, and he just looks at his brother, who's looking at him with that sneering, mocking sense of, "I'm better than you. I have mocked you. I have spat at your faith and your religion." And yeah, it is. I don't know, really. I mean, it does end, of course, with Ivan some sort of just tempting him and teasing him about it. It's just like, well, you are taught as an Orthodox Christian about the Roman Church from your elders at the monastery that, the Catholic movement of recent centuries is nothing but a desire for power and earthly comfort. Everything I have said is in accordance to the teachings of Russian spirituality and Christianity, so why are you so upset? And it's not that he's upset at the story, he's upset that his brother doesn't believe. And, of course, this faith that, there has been a crack, I think, in Alyosha's wall of being tempted, and we see this later throughout the rest of the story. But Ivan is the worst off of the three. I mean, Dmitri, of course, will suffer, and I mean, the book's almost 200 years old. I think it's safe to say it's okay to spoil it. But
I've really come to hate the spoiler alert.
Yeah, I know. I totally fair, right? But Alyosha's faith will be tested. But I mean, he comes back to it. Ivan is basically ready to kill himself, whereas Dmitri, who does unjustly, is convicted and suffers. He is the one at the end of the story, I think, who is on the path towards repentance. And Dmitri, of course, is the stand-in for Dostoevsky. And yeah, I mean, so there you go. There's our Grand Inquisitor discussion.
So I want to move on to Elder Zosima's death, but I just want to one quick thing about Ivan. There is a moment before all this that I think says more about his character and kind of gives credence to my idea about him just being sort of like a lost kid looking for his mother. There's, Fyodor Karamazov is berating Alyosha, and Alyosha starts, basically he breaks down and starts crying, and Fyodor Karamazov's like, look at this sad excuse. He's just like the Shrieker. His mother was the same exact way. And Fyodor's talking to Ivan about this, and he's like, kind of, because he thinks they're buddies, right? Even though Fyodor is terrified of Ivan. We're gonna see why in a moment. And all Ivan can say is, "She was my mother too."
Yeah.
And you have like this a drunk Fyodor Karamazov sobers up right away, and he's like, "What? He's like, your mother? I don't know about your mother." But it's very much like Ivan has been completely forgotten in his life, and for all his intelligence and for all his atheism, he's just a broken child who grew up. And that's the thing about Dostoevsky, is that he doesn't spell it out for you. It's right there on the page, though. And everybody calls him a psychologist. And I think even Freud says that he admired Dostoevsky, Jung as well. Like the whole field of psychology could be summed up in the body of Dostoevsky's works.
In a way, I mean, this goes to the sort of Ivan Illich writing stuff, right? Where it's
well, that's Tolstoy, but
no, not Ivan Illich. What's his name? He's the one who wrote Medical Nemesis. Ivan Illich. Sorry. These are questions about the medical profession. And he talks about the life of. He was an Austrian priest and theologian, but he was Roman Catholic. But to me, he wrote some great works on sort of the medicalization of Western medicine. And he also talks about sort of the discussion of what's the word I'm looking for? Some of the limits, of course, to our understanding of our minds and our brains, and the way he writes about it is really, it's a really good book. I would recommend that people read it. But it's like the complaint that people have about psychology, that it has replaced the confessional, and it has replaced confession. And but nowadays, instead of the priest telling you how to improve your life or what to do and giving you spiritual advice, you're paying some libtard money to make you a libtard in order to be happy, and here's some pills for it. I don't know. It's that Abdullah Youssef tweet that's so popular. Therapy is just paying someone until they turn you into a liberal.
Did you see that one post online? It was this is what therapy does, and it's like this lady has like yarn coming out of her head or something, and the therapist is like winding it up or something. Like, it's a stupid cartoon, and then somebody did an edit of it where it's like, oh, this is your father's fault, oh, this is the fault of men, oh, mutilate yourself and turn your hair blue or whatever. Therapy's kind of bullshit. But anyway, Elder Zosima passes away in the novel. Probably about the midpoint of the novel. He dies, and almost immediately his body starts to his body what's the word, rigor mortis sets in, and he starts to smell terribly. Corruption, yes, that's the word. His body corrupts, which, if you're a saint, and one of the reasons I want some of the evidence for sainthood is when you die, your body does not corrupt. Your body does not smell terribly. You just kind of are. Your body just kind of is.
Usually, not always. But yes, incorrupt relics are often associated with the saintliness of a person, or it is a sign that there has been an endowed holiness with this man and such. So, you know, we've seen throughout the rest of the book, and I feel like it's important to also address the fact of on sort of Elder Zosima's deathbed, where we are given a his life as well. You know, he was like Dmitri, you know, Alyosha's brother. You know, he was a military man. He had this love for a woman that would not marry him. He was ready to come to a duel, but before he goes off to, you know, basically kill this guy, he sees the desire to change. But also his brother reminds him of Alyosha, you know, a spiritual influence on him, a critic of religion, became a drunkard, becomes a powerful change right before his death. And, you know, in this, we get great foreshadowing that Alyosha's brother Dmitri is going to suffer and potentially have a very Zosima-like path. But also that Zosima has given him and told him basically that, you know, I don't want you to be a monk. I want you to live in the world. You're going to do a lot of good in the world by your actions. And this is where you see the great influences. We talked about this last time, but the Elder Zosima is best seen not in the St. Ambrose of Optina that we were discussing, but it's more so St. Seraphim of Sarov and St. Tikhon of Zdansk. And there's a saying by St. Seraphim of Sarov, which you'll see this in most icons of him. He usually holds a scroll. But it says, acquire a peaceful spirit and thousands around you will be saved. Again, a very tall order, and a lot can only be accomplished through Christ. But he basically tells Alyosha to do that, be out in the world, and to acquire that peaceful spirit.
He gives him his own Grand Commission.
He does.
Or Great Commission, yeah.
He gives him his final orders from your elder, which, of course, the first book in this whole collection of stories and novel explicates the sort of tradition of an elder having the authority over you on this earth for you to obey as a monk. And numerous stories are about that out there. But yeah, Zosima gives his spiritual child his last orders. And we get all these great homilies in here. This is why I think that this book is so good, especially if you're a Christian. Like, you know, you want to listen to Elder Zosima's, you know, his homilies, I think, are really the best parts of this book. Because if you know any Russian saints or Russian fathers, like especially the two that I've just mentioned, Saint Tikhon and Saint Seraphim, like, you're going to see a lot of those two in there. There's a great book I'm currently reading called The Gathering of Spiritual Riches, which is by Saint Tikhon, and you definitely can see the influence that Dostoevsky took from these holy men. Whereas Zosima is talking about, of course, the world and the people he's encountered, and he talks about, you know, a murder and all these sort of faithful turnings, road to Damascus, come to Jesus like stories where men change their faith and forgive and do what's necessary. Zosima basically will tell you that the love and fear of God and the love toward all men is what will overcome sin. Whereas Ivan basically says we're so base, you know, our baser instincts and cold logic is the only way that we can deal with the world. That love and faith in God and the power of that faith is only weakness. And again, this is where I think you see that the Western attitudes that Dostoevsky had in his youth come to challenge an older man who has found faith in God. And, you know, we get this great story about the murderer, which of course is also slightly foreshadowing what happens in the rest of the book. But Elder Zosima describing the story of the narrative of a murderer and forgiveness and punishment not only serves as a great foreshadowing tool, but it also serves as the sort of almost like a Thomistic disputation, you know, point counterpoint type deal here, wherein Dostoevsky lays out the atheistic claim, and then we're now going to offer the response to it and illustrate why the heretic's position is wrong. And of course, Zosima is telling his youthful duel and the murders and the murderer committed and the crimes of passion all over women. Women ruin everything. Remember that, kids?
Women weaken legs.
Women weaken legs. And this is what leads men to murder and insatiable lust for power. And then soon after that, Zosima's dying and basically just says, look, you are going to enter a very great trial, as will all the Karamazov brothers. And he sort of gives prophecy to this. And he says, you will be challenged, you will suffer, but you must be able to endure via love and faith. And if you can't do that, you will fail. And then Zosima dies. So he doesn't die with any fear, resentment, or regret. He accepts what is to come. And then, we're immediately just given the odor of corruption. And he has a putrid stench to him. He's quickly decomposing, and everyone's like, oh, this is a bad omen. This is bad. He wasn't a holy man. He was a jerk. He was evil. He was awful. And for, blessed is he that believes but does not see. The real challenge is, and Alyosha's already challenged with it, right? And he's hearing so much shit talk throughout the book, even when Elder Zosima's alive. Plenty of good saintly people who, they don't need to be canonized as saints. There are plenty of great people that have lived in the world that have left a tremendous impact on you, who were believers. But, everyone wants a holy man. It's that earthly pride. Oh, if we have a saint with incorrupt relics, people will come here and it'll bring more money to the monastery. People will visit us and confess and be our, ask us for our prayers and blessings. Da, 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 da. Very valid criticisms of sort of, how monasteries can be affected by the sins of the world. But it does illustrate, he doesn't have to be a holy man in the sense that he has to be a saint. But it sort of, can you maintain the lesson in the midst of everyone who is already, disregarding him, or, oh, so much for this guy type deal.
And then you also have the other monks who are kind of taking perverse joy. Joy is too strong a word, but they're definitely, they see his corruption, and they feel somewhat vindicated for their dislike of Zosima, and they think they can kind of, they even like talk a little shit about him in death, which is, these are still men, holy or not.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that uneasiness is extended to a point where Therapont wants to exorcise the cell, thinking like, well, he corrupted so fast, he must have been a demoniac, he must have been possessed. But he struggles not to. But of course, Alyosha, he's shaken to his core. Like your spiritual father is all of a sudden, forced to deal with. And this is where he
and that's where Alyosha gets set up too.
Yep.
One of the monks, Rakitin, yes. He sets
a
Alyosha
seminary student, by the way, and offers him booze and sausage. And as we said in the last time, this whole story takes place during Lent, right before Great and Holy Pascha, right before Easter. And for the Orthodox, Lent is a little hardcore. You're vegan for 40 days. So no booze, although the booze part's funny because I know plenty of priests who still drink during Lent. There's a story of my first priest when he was just recently becoming Orthodox. He had abstained from beer during Lent, and his priest was like, "You gave up beer for 40 days? Like, there are other things that you could have given up." But yeah, we're given.
He's tempted, much kind of in parallel to Christ in the desert, food, sustenance, and then at the end, he's stuck in a room with Grushenka, who, as we mentioned last time, is the town pump, the which is a great phrase I'd never heard before, and I'm going to start using it. But she is also the object of Dmitri and Fyodor Karamazov's affections. They literally come to blows over trying to seduce her, and here is innocent, shaken Alyosha, basically in a room with the whore of Babylon.
And then, of course, we're told a little bit of Grushenka's story, and it's brought to town by a merchant named Samsonov, taken in by a widow. Rumored at the time she's betrayed a lover. Her affections are in order to the merchant to win his protection. Scarcely looked after. She's a beautiful woman, but she's eventually, of course, pursued by many men for marriage, and she has some money, but none succeed. And yes, she is very much like a town pump, and she misses her former lover, an officer, and she's just, she kind of points out that, these people that are here, I'm waiting to hear back about my former love, but oh, by the way, here are these two, men from the monastery. One's this prideful little shit, and the other one is Alyosha, who's known for his purity and his way to cover himself up. He doesn't like hearing naughty things or anything like that, and she sits on his knee and is playing as sort of the temptress. But then Elder Zosima is dead, and she has a sudden moment where she's sad. And all of a sudden, what am I to make out of this? And it's that moment of faith again, where they talk about their lives and who they are, and ironically, it is the harlot that restores Alyosha's faith. And there's also the great story of the onion in here. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've told you this before, that if Dostoevsky was writing today, he'd be writing about incels and OnlyFans girls. And it's interesting to me that while Grushenka isn't redeemed in this story, their interaction gets them both on the path to redemption, if that makes sense. Alyosha comes into the story naive. His faith is completely shaken. And then after Zosima's dead, and after Grushenka and him get very close to breaking him, he's now the sort of holy man, or the sort of Christian that can face someone like Ivan and hold his head up high and have an answer to tough questions about the nature of the world. It's a very well done part of the book.
So we're given again the story of the onion, and a friend of mine, a mutual of mine, I should say, Graventus, and he's got a little YouTube channel called the Tablion, and he sort of talks about this story in depth. And there's a similar story told in Buddhism, but Grushenka tells us the parable of the onion, to where this woman is in hell and is praying and is asking to get out of hell, and the angel, the guardian angel, is just like, well, have you done any good in your life? What message can I relay back to the Lord? What can I do? And oh yeah, here I gave I gave a beggar an onion. If the angel can take the same onion and pull the woman out of the lake of fire, she can go to heaven. But if it breaks, she will remain in hell. And so the angel pulls out the onion and says, grab on to its roots and pull yourself out. But as she's being pulled out of hell, other people grab onto the woman, hoping to see their chance out of hell. She's selfish and kicks the other people off. The onion breaks and the woman falls into hell forever. And of course, Grushenka is telling the story to show off how awful she's been, and all these men that she's done, and that she's promised Rakitin money to bring Alyosha over there to seduce and corrupt him and to take revenge on Alyosha's perceived sense of righteousness. But in this moment, all of a sudden they're like, oh, what's the point? We can be better. And Grushenka, having empathy for Alyosha in the midst of his grief since his spiritual father has died, he has the strength to endure. And again, that peaceful spirit is now being acquired, and Grushenka is now on the path towards righteousness, and Alyosha's faith is restored in the moment of temptation and a fall. And it's a beautiful story, and the writing, even in the English translation, the Onion story is really, really good. And I sincerely wish that the people will do that.
Dostoevsky litters this book with parables, and
as any Christian writer would.
Right, and yeah, it's funny. I'm in a group chat with a few different writers, and I was talking about how Jesus was the ultimate storyteller, because rather than and I mean he commanded his most loyal followers, he commanded the apostles, but to even them and to lay people, he spoke to them in parable, and he spoke to them in stories, because it's much easier for a person to do the right thing when they come to that answer themselves than to be told what to do. And I mean, we can even go back to the Grand Inquisitor for that, where you have Christ setting a good example versus the Catholic Church, who is compelling goodness out of people out on pain of death. Dostoevsky is just, and it's funny because when we look at the way that he wrote a book, he would have an idea for something, and that would end up being a very small part of the book, and the rest of the book is sort of him setting up that one idea that he had. In Crime and Punishment, it's the drunk at the beginning that Raskolnikov meets in his tale. That the whole rest of that book sort of comes out of that one idea. For Brothers Karamazov, it's the Grand Inquisitor speech in a lot of ways, and it's the book has a few different ideas, but chiefly that, and he's trying to set up this, basically set up the rest of the book so that conversation can happen. I as somebody who tries to write, it's something that I really admire about the man and his abilities.
Well, and I mean, for us, Dostoevsky is thankfully kind enough to offer explanations to his parables, or to make them clear enough for the reader to understand. Whereas, of course, Christ's parables, even the disciples would be like, well, what do these things mean? But no, I can definitely understand where you're coming from. I am not as much of a fiction writer as I wish I could be. I used to write a lot of stories when I was younger, only to lose that out as I started doing more argumentative and political writing. But I think that there's these small snippets in the book. I mean, like with the Grand Inquisitor, everyone focuses on, but the tale of the Onion, or the tale of how Smirnikov came to be. These are all really beautiful, even if they're ugly stories, like the birth of Smirnikov and all that. Like, these are still wonderful stories and wonderful parables about the life and the world and the evil and the good that exists, and how man can be prideful, but how man can find redemption. You don't get that a lot. And I mean, and we're very blessed to have this book. And in the instance, there's so much chalked in here that you could spend an entire academic career talking about one story, like so many do with the Grand Inquisitor, which is why everyone comes back to this book, and it still remains to be one of the greatest books ever written.
Most definitely. I don't know, where do we go from here? I mean, in some sense, we have a path forward with the plot of the novel. We could talk about the discovery of Fyodor Karamazov's body. We can talk about Dmitri and Katerina and Grushenka and that sort of love triangle. We definitely have to talk about the trial because it's probably the funniest part of the book. Your choice. Where do you want to go next?
Well, let's focus on. I'm gonna. So after, of course, this moment with Grushenka, the story of the onion, we get, of course, he returns, of course, to the monastery. He falls asleep. He dreams that he is with Christ at the wedding in Cana, which, of course, this is where Christ turns water into wine. Sorry, Baptists, it's wine, not grape juice. But anyways, he's in this dream, and of course, Elder Zosima is there, and he tells Alyosha to be happy. Alyosha's helped redeem Grushenka. The young woman will help find salvation. He wakes. He's praying. He's kissing the earth. He's prostrating. And even though he doesn't mind about the odor, and he's eager and his faith is strengthened despite what other people are saying. He's ready to go on with his life and to do what was told by Elder, even if people are ignoring him. And I think, again, this brings us now to, we get a sharp cut right after this, and we're going straight back to Dmitri. And Dmitri, you know how you see all the, what are those memes where it's like, oh, Paul Newman's own, and they do the Photoshop, and it's like, Paul Newman's fucking pissed, and it's Dmitri Karamazov is fucking pissed, and we get a Dmitri that's like, I want my hoe, I want my money, I'm ready to kill my dad, I'm angry, screw you, dad, I'm so mad at you. And we see again.
Don't come to the Karamazov house. You're pretty cool.
Yeah, don't come to Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov's house at 7:00. If you tap a special sign, you may be whacked with a mortar and pestle. But yeah, I mean, this is where we get a sharp cut, and I mean, again, bam, sharp jump. It's a movie jump cut. Just like bam, jump cut. We just had this moment of redemption and in faith. And now we're going to see the exact opposite of that. And so, yeah, Dimitri's fucking pissed. It's bad.
And I think this is, if I remember correctly, this is where we're introduced to Katerina Ivanovna, who is Dimitri's betrothed. He's taken a lot of money from her that he owes back to her, and he's basically called off their engagement, but she won't let him call it off. She's stubbornly sticking with him, even though she doesn't even really like him. But she has this stubborn pride, and she also has her own sense of faith in Dmitri. Right. What can we say?
To redeem himself.
Right. And we can talk about that a little bit. Is it that she has pride, or sorry, is it she has faith, or that she has the appearance of faith?
I think that there is pride in this instance. I mean, this is in a time where if an engagement breaks off, that's a very serious social matter. That's sort of an embarrassment that you're not married. And so you're clinging on to the appearances, but like, oh, he'll come back. He'll come back. She's in denial, but she also has faith when confronted by others, that maybe he can redeem himself. But in this instance, of course, he wants the pump. And of course, we just had this beautiful moment where Grushenka is redeeming herself. She flees. She's going back to her former lover. She's going back to the officer whom she loved and wants to marry and to set herself right. And Grushenka, of course, not being there, Dmitri is, again, he's just flown into a fit of rage.
He thinks that she's with with his father.
With his father.
He's intending to go back to the house and see them fooling around.
Yep. And he knows that there is a sign, a knock on the door, a certain kind of, shape and a haircut style knock, that he knows that that's where I need to go and to do what's necessary. And of course, he thinks that Smirtikov has told Grushenka, or has told his father, about all this. And that's interesting, And of course, we already know in the backdrop of this that we've got how they're going to interact with one another. And is the moment he realizes that Grushenka's not there, he thinks he's with his dad. We've got to do the secret sign. And of course, he opens the door, and Fyodor Pavlovich is not there. Grushenka's not in the house, because why would he respond like a Pavlovian sign to the knock on the door if he's with her? So of course, Dmitri, still very pissed and in the dark and in the night, he's got a small brass pestle. He's ready to go beat his father again, just like he has before. And instead, who does he run into? Well, he runs into Grigory, the loyal servant. They fight. He beats him. Grigory is bleeding. Dmitri, in a panic, tends to the wound. His clothes are bloody, which, of course, does not look very good later on in the trial. And with Grushenka gone, he's not with his father. Doesn't know where to go to, and he needs money. And this is what he's got to do. His life is meaningless. So let's go kill ourselves, and let's go do what's necessary.
And I mean, he decides that he pays for this huge orgy, like father, like son. If he's going out, he's going out.
I'm gonna go out with a bang.
The most bacchanalian way possible. There's wine. There's women. There's I might as well go out happy, quote unquote, let's say.
Yeah.
And he even runs into Grushenka, and he dresses her down, and he embarrasses her because he thinks that he's been betrayed.
Yeah. He's just doubling down on his anger and his frustration. Listen, you've betrayed me. You're leaving. You're gone. What is this whole point? You've been leading me around. I've been doing all this stuff for you. I've suffered for you. Just absolute anger. So he's just doubled down. I'm going to get this money. I'm taking this money. I'm getting my guns back as collateral from a loan I took earlier. I'm going to go buy my wine and my food for hundreds of rubles, and screw this. I'm going to shoot myself, but we're going to have an orgy first.
And at the end of the chapter, 2 surprises. One, he learns that Grushenka actually does love him, so he must feel like a real asshole at this point. And 2, we find out that Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov has been murdered. And Dmitri is the only suspect.
Yep. And I mean, it doesn't look good.
It does not look good. He's walking around.
Your father is wealthy, and you're walking around bloody. You have weapons. There's a murder weapon that is mysteriously missing.
Everyone knows that he is in debt to a lot of different people. He's walking around the street, sort of in a daze. It doesn't look good for Dmitri.
Oh no. No. Does not look good for Dmitri at all. And so he is put on trial for the murder of his father, which we all know he did not murder his father. That goes to the bastard child, Smirtikov, who hates his father more than anyone out of this book. Like, if you thought Dmitri hates his dad, well, what do you think of the bastard son who has a fake last name that is meant to say, I come from the smelly, crazy idiot?
I come from the stinking Lizaveta.
Yes.
Son of the smelly one. And Probably the best part of the book, in my estimation, is the conversation between Smerdyakov and Ivan. And Smerdyakov admits to all this, and he's like, yeah, just like we talked about, like you and me, we see the world for what it is, and we can do whatever we want. There is no God, so everything is permitted. So I hated this guy, and I wouldn't have had the courage to go through with it if it wasn't for you. And aren't you proud of me? And look at this great thing that I've done, sort of thing. And all of Ivan's chickens come home to roost in that moment. He actually, for all of his news clippings, for all of his uh understanding about how horrible the world is, all his cynicism and his atheism, when there's actual stakes and when there's like blood on his hands, he just loses it.
Yeah. And I mean, this is where the you get racked with the fact that there's the difference, right, between quote unquote theory and praxis. We've got the
you've got Praxoid, Smerdyakov versus Theory Cell, Ivan.
See, you would never hear that sentence anywhere else except for here on Cannon Fodder.
Yep. That I'm here to invent new sentences that have never been uttered before and should never be uttered again.
And should never be uttered again. But no, I say that teasingly, but I mean there, and again, this is where for Ivan, right? We have these conversations in the past, but like I had said in the first episode, Smerdyakov is the logical conclusion of Ivan's worldview. And of course, to hear these things, and this is all coincided with the fact that Dmitri is, being interrogated and questioned, and it's the me reaping versus me sowing. Me sowing versus me reaping, and all of a sudden you're just whacked with a hard hitting realization of the consequences of your actions, and it is that even if you don't love the man, your father is dead.
And I wonder, I wonder, like we talked last time about how Smerdyakov would be the man who would shoot the Romanovs.
Oh yeah.
And this is a book about patricide, but the ultimate form of patricide in a way is killing the Tsar, killing the king of your nation. And I don't really know where I'm going with this other than to say that I would not be surprised if whoever ended up firing into that family would later put a bullet in their own brain. Any knowledge there about that?
The assassins of the Tsar, they are, what's the word I'm looking for? The executioner of the family died in 1938 at the age of 60. He was a commander of the guard during the assassination. He is one of the chief executioners in the assassination. So I don't think any of them, if I recall correctly, killed themselves. But I do know that one of them, who was associated with the murders, lived for quite some time afterwards. And even the murderers themselves, one of them that had lived on for quite some time, he was encountered by the great General Zhukov later in life. And even General Zhukov, this great leader of the Second World War, and sort of like the Soviet man, right? Even Zhukov looked at him with disgust and disdain. I mean, even these people who were, Soviet believers and so on, all of a sudden, you got the realization that no one liked these people at all, period. So I think that it's an important thing to consider, that even some of the imperial guards of the Tsar turned on them. But yeah, a few other killers, they would be killed in the 30s. A few others would die in an NKVD prison, but I don't think any of them killed themselves, as far as I know. It's funny because we talk about like archetypes of women. There are horse girls, there are true crime girls, and then there are Tsar Nicholas and the assassination of the royal family kind of women. And that's something that
that's a kind of woman I haven't encountered. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Yeah, so no, there are Romanov girls, and so there are women that are kind of obsessed with the murder and the life of Tsar Nicholas II. And I've met 3 in my life, which I've always found to be strange. Out of all the things as a white American woman to investigate or be interested in, it's the assassination of the royal martyrs, Tsar Nicholas II and his family. They all want to be Princess Anastasia. Well, some want to be Anastasia, but others, I think, just want to get to the bottom of it, because it is real life true crime, but also it has that flair of the royal and the dramatic. And there's a woman at my church who's writing a story on the Roman, or not a story, but she's writing a nonfiction account of the Romanovs' last days. She's got documents that she's petitioned from Russian libraries and such. Like, she's hardcore into it, but she's also exactly who I would expect to really be into this. And she doesn't know who I am on the internet, so I can say this with some semblance of I'm not gonna say her name or anything like that, but it's just like, she is a childless millennial, an older millennial, and she has her cats and things like that, and she's got this deep love for trying to understand what their last moments were like from what we can recall by history and what others can say of it. And were there plans to save the royal family and stuff like that? And I'm like, it's kind of strange that I've met 3 women in my life, not that I've ever dated them or anything like that. It's just like, there are women really obsessed with this, and I don't have a full understanding as to why. I don't understand the fascination with true crime and such. I don't have a woman brain where I get aroused by murder and violence in that respect. But it's
we have a man.
That's a weird aside.
We get aroused by murder and violence in a different way.
Yeah, where we're the ones doing it.
Let's see. Let's talk about the trial. The trial of Dmitry Karamazov, who has been, and not even framed for the murder of his father, because that would imply
magically lined up that way.
Yeah, that he's just, no evidence was planted, no malice there. Smerdyakov isn't, setting things up to make it look like it wasn't him that did it, but it was Dmitry. The thing that's actually really messed up about Smerdyakov is he doesn't really have a plan afterwards. He does the murder, and then he just kind of brags about it to Ivan.
Yeah.
There's no oh, I gotta hide the body, oh, I gotta come up with an alibi, that. Like, the closest we get to an alibi is, oh, he had a seizure, or he pretends to have a seizure, rather. That way, no one could possibly think that he's the murderer. But other than that, very, very grug-brained, very, I don't need to have a plan, I'm just gonna do, and come what may. But that's not the trial. The trial of Dmitry, in my estimation, probably the funniest part of the book. You have the prosecutor, who has this issue of malapropisms. You have all this evidence that just perfectly lines up. It's a slam dunk case for this idiot lawyer. and Dmitri really doesn't have a defense.
No, and I mean, again, even if you don't, I mean, even Rakitin visits him in his cell. He wants to write an article saying, like, yeah, that you had no choice. You couldn't help but do it. You were so compounded by your passions and the influence of pride and money and a love for the world that you were just bound to kill yourself. And of course, Dmitri, keeping a stiff upper lip, just kind of laughs him off. And he says, you can come visit me anytime. I'm going to keep laughing at your ideas. He still maintains his innocence, even if he has no appropriate defense. And we're later, of course, introduced to Katerina Ivanova's. And, you know, she's like, no. This dude's pretty guilty, and I got a letter that proves it, which, of course, is his correspondence with Dmitri saying he's here to settle his affairs once and for all. But you know, Alyosha, whom we've passed over it, but Alyosha has this lovely side story where we get to see his redemption, wherein he meets old schoolboys who've
right. I thought we would come back to that because it's it's sort of a separate.
It's this whole separate thing.
Yeah.
We can tie that bow up later.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Because I mean the whole epilogue is that part. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll go back to the schoolboys after.
Yeah. So, but since then, of course, Ivan has visited Smirdyakov, and you know, Smirdyakov is ill and is dying. You know, since the murder. How convenient. But you know, Smirdyakov is basically dying, and throughout these visits, you know, Ivan is told that Ivan, you know, he's got this seed of guilt in him, like, oh, you wanted Dad to die too. Like, come on, like, you weren't there on the day of the murder. Like, you wanted him to go too.
He explains, like, he wouldn't have really had the courage without Ivan. Like, he sees him and Ivan as. Now I wonder how much of it is him trying to share the guilt that he's feeling, or if he's trying to get Ivan to almost absolve him of his own guilt.
Well, remember though, this is again we're getting 3 visits, 3 times to absolve ourselves from guilt. Can we deny ourselves in this time? A cock crows 3 times as we meet with Smirdyakov. And of course, the first time, you know, you really wanted him to die. Second time, well, you've got nothing to, you know, you're not responsible. You do not know this man. After all, the letter says that Dmitri will kill Fyodor Pavlovich if it's necessary to repay her the 3,000 rubles. Ivan, you know, I'm not responsible. It's Dmitri. I have no part in these passing events at all. And then, of course, the third time, all of this guilt comes in, where he's trying to absolve himself. Yes, my brother is guilty. Bam! Remember? All those discussions? If there is no God, man can do anything. And I believe you, Ivan. You are guilty. I killed my father, your father, because of your ideas. I am the logical conclusion of everything that I have ever done. And so, Ivan, you too must suffer. But you know, he can go in there and prove his brother's innocence. And of course, the devil,
he just goes crazy instead.
And he goes absolutely batshit insane. The devil visits him in a dream, and kind of like King Lear to some extent, with like the fool and whatnot, and the furies that endures the king. But this time, it's a nice, well-dressed, middle-aged man. You know, think 19th century Russian suit. And it's just the G-Man saying, like, yeah, you're fucking crazy. You're going to hell. You're responsible for this. You've been so doubtful and insecure. What kind of brother are you? And even though he fights back and tries to defend himself, he goes insane.
Yeah, he's visited by the devil in this European. I think it's more a European suit.
Yeah, I think so.
And like it's like. Maybe specifically French, like almost like this French gentleman, this embodiment of the philosophy that he's based his life around. It's very much because I mean Dostoevsky, his whole thing is, Russia is separate from Europe, and should remain so. You have Peter the Great earlier in Russia's history, who's like, we're kind of a Russian nation, and they bring French to the court, and they move the capital to St. Petersburg, and they model that after a thoroughly European city. And Dostoevsky, he's kind of reactionary in this way. He says,
not a big fan of the French.
No, not a big fan of Europe. He is very much
anti-foreign influence onto his people.
Right, exactly. He's and in War and Peace by Tolstoy, there's this idea of Moscow versus Petersburg, and you see that tension. If Tolstoy is the sort of Petersburg gentry novelist, then Dostoevsky is the more provincial Moscow novelist, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, we also have the anti-French attitude as well from the Napoleonic War, this uneasy alliance that would emerge later on. But again, that's a side bit to Tchaikovsky and how great the Overture of 1812 is.
Right. And I mean, and then that also kind of brings up the what we talked about last time with the War of 1812 and how you have the Russians are being attacked by the people they most admire, and it really does something to their psyche, so that later on, when they have their own revolution, it's like, oh, we have to have our own French Revolution, so let's do it bigger and better and more Russian, and obviously it leads to where it leads.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
this the trial itself, I think the better parts of it I do think really are from outside of this, and of course Ivan breaks down, but hey, don't worry, good news, you don't have to visit Smirdyakov anymore. Like you've been trying to do this, and I say good news tongue in cheek, but
right.
Hey, Smirdyakov he's killed himself. He's hung himself. He's dead. And of course Alyosha and Ivan are left together now, and Alyosha, recovered in his faith and strength, is praying and hoping for his recovery and trying to mend him. But unfortunately for Dmitri, the real killer has killed himself. The logical conclusion of a man's sins inevitably means he will meet the wages of those sins, and the wages of sin is death. And like Judas, Smirdyakov hangs himself, or hung himself.
Right. And so there's an interesting part of the trial, the part that probably convicts Dmitri over any other part, when Katerina produces the letter that Dmitri wrote, where he talks about how he wants to kill his father, right? And she almost doesn't bring it up, but she's in love with Ivan.
Yeah,
she's in love with Ivan. She's going to marry Dmitri because she thinks that's what is supposed to happen. She won't be embarrassed. She's too prideful to let him break off their engagement. And also, I mean, he's into her for a few thousand rubles, but she's desperately in love with Ivan, and seeing him suffer leads her to betray Dmitri.
Yeah.
And the reason that I brought up, and that's the reason I brought up earlier, like, does she have faith, or does she have the perception of faith? Because she's just, Alyosha wouldn't do that. Alyosha wouldn't knowingly lie.
No.
To get back at anyone, or even for the noble purpose of saving someone that she loves, or that he loves, rather. The truth is the truth, and he'll walk in the truth no matter what, even if it causes temporary pain. So Katerina's whole deal is she wants to be seen as a good person, and she's at least at this point in the book, she definitely is not.
Oh no, and I mean, like, again, she's got her own interests to do so, and she's already convinced in her heart that Dmitri did kill his father. And of course, the trial is interesting because it's almost as if you get the inverse to Kill a Mockingbird, where it's just like this lawyer is defending a black man in an all-white jury, and it's like, actually, the most educated man in Moscow, this great, famous defense attorney, is coming to your defense, Dmitri. It's going to be the talk of all of Russia, but you're a jury of your peers are all these peasants that fucking hate you, and they're kind of retarded. And
as much as they hate Fyodor Pavlovich, like patricide is like the worst thing you can do, and all of that hatred and malice that they had for Fyodor Pavlovich actually is moved to Dmitri.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, and he does his best. Yakovich, just like, listen, Grigory, you were on a lot of drugs that night. Your senses aren't reliable, which of course he was on strong medicine because Dmitri beat the shit out of him. The doctors are offering, contradicting theories. This is where you get the condition of the mind, and of course the German, the German doctor. And I'm thinking about psychology again, like we were discussing.
Mm-hmm.
All of course the discussion of who he was as a little boy. He's not this evil. And of course Dmitri weeps. There's some sympathy here. Alyosha's up on the stand, and he's just talking about, maybe he was wearing the money around his neck, but Alyosha also admits that he thinks Smirchikov was the real murderer, and, Katerina Ivanova, despite having her own issues, right, Katerina offers the story of Dmitri saving her father from prison and all that he's done throughout his life. Again, we're just getting this, like, basically a judgment. Your sins are now on display, your actions, everything you've ever done in your life. We're getting a mock-up of the judgment that we will all receive one day, and Dmitri's entire life is now cast into the public space.
Dmitri's not guilty of this murder.
No.
But he is guilty.
Yes.
And I guess the question is, like, and this parallels Dostoevsky's life as well, because whether he was guilty of trying to kill the Tsar, plotting against the Tsar, probably not. I mean, from what I've heard about I think it's the Petrushevsky circle that he was in, but the literary sort of Western socialist circle that he was running in, they weren't the Bolsheviks. You know what I mean? Tsar Alexander, I think it was Tsar Alexander II, was murdered. So, any sort of talk about overthrowing the Tsar was going to lead to a sort of, a heavy penalty. But while Dostoevsky was probably no revolutionary, he was all the moments of his life that led up to that. If he was going to be guilty for something, he was guilty for all of it, if that makes sense. And in the same way, Dmitri is guilty, even if it's not for the crime that he committed.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes we may think that it's one thing that damns us to hell or to punishment, when it turns out it's something completely different. And unfortunately, one's character even if they did not commit this specific thing that he's on trial for, which is obviously murder, it really doesn't matter. Because really the prosecutor's just gonna smack it down and say, listen, unlike Smirchikov, you know, like, everything you have ever said and done throughout most of your adult life has been this resentful motivation to kill yourself, to kill your father. And Krylovich, or Sidorovich, you know, just goes out of his way to just say, you know, we have to do it. We need justice. You know, patricide is the worst crime of all. And so, screw this. You know, we're going to put you down. Of course, you know, you have the defense attorney Fetyukovich doing everything that he can to say, listen, you know, sir, you got circumstance, conjecture. There's no proof, but proof be damned. You know, the letter be damned. Really, it's not the case at all. If anything, what must be done is the fact that, you know, everything in the world can point to it, and you can have all the psychology that says he hates his father, but nothing that we've seen today illustrates that he's done it. But again, even
he's not on trial. He's not on trial for the murder of his father. In a lot of ways, he's on trial for his own sins and his father's sins.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is the big deal about this whole trial, because it's not, the murder is just the animating movement here. What we're getting instead is a delightful literary, you know, I guess maybe I don't know the exact word, but we're getting the judgment seat of Christ in a courtroom drama. The murder doesn't matter. It's your life. What did you do with your life? What are your sins? What are your good deeds? How did you respond to these things? You know, you didn't.
Will you hear, well done, good and faithful servant? Or will you hear, turn away from me, for I never knew you?
Exactly. And we kind of know the answer to that here. And that even if you can pull off that, you know, as Fetyukovich tries so best, his best to save him, this isn't about the murder anymore. This is about your life. And obviously, despite only being in his later 20s at 27, Dmitri has not been a good and faithful servant, and has not served his father well, and has been an arrogant, pompous man who has risen through the ranks, fallen through the ranks, has done duels, has saved men, wants his money, and has allowed himself to be consumed by debauchery, pride, and gluttony. And here we are. And so, despite the best efforts to cast a reasonable doubt on whether or not he killed his father, it does not matter, as Dmitri is sentenced to prison.
Okay, so that's the trial. And, you know, Dostoevsky, it's obvious that he has a lot of disdain for the trial by jury. You know, I could make commentary about several recent events and the creation of kangaroo courts, but this is a literary podcast, so we won't be doing that. There are a group of schoolboys that live in the town that Alyosha encounters on a few different occasions. And one of them is almost like a mini Ivan. You know, he's a Westaboo, I guess we could say. He's a socialist. He's all of these great things that Ivan kind of sees himself as. And Alyosha kind of makes it his mission in a lot of ways, even if he doesn't exactly say it out loud, but to save these boys.
Yeah. And this is actually, well, we're introduced to these characters actually right before the trial. Although we do get to see the aftermath in the epilogue, and again we get to see
I think we even
Alyosha's.
see them like really early on in the book. Like I think it's set up even earlier in like the
It
first
is.
half of the book.
It is. But really, their main story is sort of told out in book 10. So this is long after. We've also done a time jump, so the trial takes place in winter. It's in November, right in the beginning of November. So we've taken a time jump. So it's after Lent. It's after Easter. The summer's passed. The father has been buried, etc. But we are introduced to the schoolboys at times, and their mom is away, and he wants to go visit his friend who's fallen ill, and Alyosha has done a good job at convincing the other schoolboys to visit him, but this older boy, well, he's really 13 years old, Kolya, has not visited him at all, and he hasn't met with Alyosha either. But we're getting to see just these children, and everything to go and see. Really, this is more Alyosha's story than it is the boys, in part because Alyosha is trying his best to follow through with what Elder Zosima had said, and Alyosha doesn't talk to them like they're children. Alyosha's only 20 years old, but Alyosha is speaking to these 12, 10, 13-year-old boys as if they are children, or as if they are adults, not children. And again, we get to see Alyosha take on a role where he is the spiritual father, and he is trying to have influence, and going in there. And we learn, of course, that the boys, being rough and tumble as they are, Kolya had been stabbed once over the treatment of an animal, and his friends.
And Ilyusha, he feeds bread to a dog with a knife
with
in
a
it,
pin.
or not pin. That's it, and it cuts up the dog, and Kolya doesn't. He won't stand for that.
Nope.
So say what you will about him, but he has principles. And even though Ilyusha,
animal abusers get the knife,
even though his friend is sick and dying, he just can't forgive that.
No.
So we see in this chapter with the boys,
Alyosha is very quick to call him out, saying, listen, your friend is ill because your friend abuses his dogs, and God is punishing him. Based.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah. You get what you effing deserve.
Yeah, you get what you... Yeah, that's so true.
But at the end of the novel, in the epilogue, we see that Ilyusha's dead, but because of Alyosha's intervention, he's first reconciled with Kolya, and Kolya has his pretension sort of broken, and he's on the right path. So Alyosha is fulfilling his elder's order,
and he is becoming like his elder.
Right. Which really sucks, because in the notes for the Alyosha sequel that never gets written, Alyosha at some point falls away from his orders, which I don't know. I don't see how that could have happened. But I guess that's why I'm not Dostoevsky.
Yeah, I mean, I do know that there was, according to his wife, he had discussed plans for a sequel that would have focused on Alyosha, and
I mean, even in the introduction, that's sort of alluded to.
It is, but we never know how it would have played out, and I think I would have been. I think it was called The Life of a Great Sinner, But I'm kind of, again, I think it is good that was never written.
Thank God he died.
I didn't want to say it like that.
But yeah, no, and obviously.
But thank God that this great novel was never tarnished by a sequel.
Like how some people are like, oh, why did they put out Harper Lee's notes for the Kill a Mockingbird sequel?
Yeah.
You know, like, anyway. Yeah, epilogue. Dmitri is found guilty. He is sent to Siberia.
Just like Dostoevsky was.
Yep, there is a plan to bribe a guard so that he doesn't have to. Basically, they're gonna do like they discuss that they're gonna do a sort of prison break and make sure that Dmitri doesn't have to actually endure that punishment, because they all know that Smerdyakov is the one who murdered their
But Dmitri
father.
tells them no. Dmitri basically is desiring
penance.
and longing
He's
for
looking
penance.
for, yeah, and he gets penance from Katerina Ivanovna. Grushenka is actually going to join him out there.
Yeah.
They declare their love for one another, and I forget. Does Ivan and Katerina, do they get together, or is that kind of?
It's.
I don't remember.
I believe it's implied.
Yeah.
You know, because she's there to really bring Ivan back from his madness and the guilt that he feels. And so, of course, you know, Katerina, of course, leaves, but, I mean, Dmitri reproaches Grushenka, and, of course, that kind of ends well together. However, you know, Katerina Ivanova doesn't blame Grushenka for not forgiving her. But we also do see in this world where I suppose really just that things end on a note of optimism in the middle of a funeral as well. I mean, in part because Alyosha has emerged as the continuing teacher, but Dmitri, out of all of these three brothers, as I said at the beginning, is the one who is probably going to be the most well-off out of the three of them. Because, as we just described the courtroom scene, it's not about the murder, it's about your life. And Dmitri has been given a chance, by, of course, an error of the court, to redeem himself. And he ends up with who he wants to be with, and she's willing to redeem herself as well. And at the end of it all, his brother's recovering. Alyosha has assumed a role of a young elder. But I guess for me, really, at the end of it all, Dmitri is the one that is the most redemptive. And I know that sounds cruel, but I mean, in the sense that we don't get a lot of second chances in life. And yeah, he's going to do hard time and for something that he did not commit. But he is going to walk out of that, much like Dostoevsky did, and find himself closer to God and with a woman that he loves, and to make himself set aright in his penance, and to seek repentance for the rest of his life, which most people, when they encounter mortality or a bad event, it gets treated like a sitcom where people will have this moment where they're like, isn't life important? Isn't life special? Isn't it so dear and near to us that we must do these things? And then it just gets played off for laughs, and life goes back to normal after the 30 minutes or after however long people recover.
The Full House hugging and crying, and
yeah,
everybody learned their lesson, and everything goes back to status quo.
When it really isn't that way. It's so much more than that, but nevertheless, it in this story, you know, we see the foundations laid for everyone to take on their life, and again, iron is sharpened by iron, and metal meddled by metal, and suffering and our choice to be part of it requires us to respond and to answer the call of how do we respond to suffering. And all three of these men, all three of these brothers, are given chances to redeem themselves. And we are given our Judas Iscariot and to do exactly what Judas did, which was to kill himself after betraying his father and killing him. And again, we're given a look into the Russian mind, into Dostoevsky's mind, but also the response to suffering in a world where it seems so meaningless and obtuse and pointless. I really don't know how else to really end
I mean,
there.
that's perfect in a lot of ways. I'm gonna ask final thoughts anyway.
Well, I guess really what I would just simply say is that the book is long, but it is well worth your time to read, and that if you're someone who doesn't believe, and I don't mean in a specific church or doctrine, but just has issues with the current world, this book will help. As with any story that Dostoevsky has written, you will learn quite a bit, not only of the Russian mind, but also of just a mind of a man who has already been deeply afflicted by his own suffering and decisions and has come to find and seek repentance in his work. Dostoevsky is a great man and has written arguably one of the greatest books in the entire sort of canon of fiction. He's the Russian Dickens in a lot of respect, but unlike Dickens, he still has a connection to God that is very hard to find in some of the Western writers today. Read it. You will learn to appreciate it. It is the book that kept me from being a full-blown atheist. And I sincerely pray to your listeners that such a thing may happen to them. That they may find something more than just excellent prose on a page or the idiosyncrasies of translation, but find something that will set them on a much better path.
Well, Mr. Prudentialist, where can people find you? What do you want to plug?
Well, I am a writer. You can find me at theprudentialist.substack.com. I am currently going through a lengthy book series myself. I'm currently going through chapter by chapter with guests and friends of Sean McMeekin's voluminous work, Stalin's War, New History of World War II, going through it chapter by chapter and breaking down just how important that history is and why it's a new and fresh look at our understanding in the mythologies of the Second World War. But I also comment on the media landscape, digital ecology, and you'll always find me out there as sort of this reactionary amphibian, and you can find all of my links and what I do at findmyfriends.net/theprudentialist. I'm on YouTube, Twitter, Telegram, all podcast platforms, and wherever videos might be seen and heard.
Well, thank you very much for joining me. Once again, this is T.R. Hudson for the Double Dealer magazine, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Goodbye.